What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Sorry about the delay. Had a little technical difficulty trying to get things set up. We're doing a marathon, so I'm chilling today. The camera's off. How y'all doing? Y'all come on in here and hit that like button. I appreciate you all for hanging out with me here on Saturday, June 20th. And tomorrow is Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to all the fathers. We're celebrating you the whole weekend. And some appreciate all of the real men stepping up to help take care of these babies out here in the wood. What's going on, y'all? Y'all ready? We got a marathon going. We have so much to catch up on. It's not even funny. Can you all hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Hit the 4. I appreciate you all tuning in. Hit that like button as you come in here. Hit that like button. Oh, we got so much to catch up. So much. Oh, so much content. Oh, you can't make this stuff up. So I get tagged in a lot. You guys know that. And I try my best to let's see here. Did Ryan respond? Oh my God. I think Ryan responded. Hold on. We might be getting a collab. I wanted to do the beginning of July. Yes. Oh, hold on, y'all. I'm responding. Hold on. I gotta respond to this, y'all. We're all over on shout out to Mindy. Girl. I would love to do a collab with Ryan. If you guys did not check out the watch party last night, we went in late into I didn't go to sleep till like after 2 a.m. But we got it in, y'all. And it was so good. It was well done. I love his research. So I'm responding to him. Mindy and I in a group, we responded to him, trying to set something up. Oh, to have you in the LLC. Oh, hold on. I am so excited. Does he have a regular 9 to 5 as well? I thought I heard him say that. I know he said he was sick. Poor baby. I hope he's feeling better. Um. Okay. I just responded as well. Oh man, that would be awesome. Oh man, this is so awesome. Thank you, Mindy, and to all of you all that have helped in getting collabs, no replies. As far as you guys are awesome. You guys definitely hold it down here in the LLC. Y'all shout out to the mods. Shout out to all the Luxters. You guys go out of your way to make sure we have some fantastic collabs up in here. Oh, that would be awesome. He did a great job in his research. So if you have not seen the watch party, you got to see it. You're missing out. He was able to connect Candace to this economic forum that she did in Russia. And then some other things, connections with Andrew Tate and Dubai. They really think they're going to be able to just hide money. Candace out here lying, talking about Georgia's fishing in Russia all the time. You can't make this stuff up. So he was able to catch that. Laura Loomer brought it up first, her suspicion, which he was absolutely right about. And then he just kind of put in, a couple feelers, and a couple of his team members, I want to assume they're team members, did some research. And then that's when they confirmed that she was going out to do a speaking engagement. And it's like, why you just won't say that? If you don't feel that people would get upset, why won't you just say you're going out to speak at a forum? But Candace had already said, what, 6 months ago, this is what she was going to do. So y'all have to, sometimes it's the thing she says, you got to catch it, because she tries to throw it out there like it's dust in the wind. And we caught it. When she said, I would rather be Russian, I think I'm going to go to Russia 6 months ago. She was telling us then she was going to Russia. Those forums are not something that's done, in the middle of the night. No, they're done months in advance. So she knew what she was doing. Her crabby ass can't make this up. She knew what she was doing. I'm like, there's no way she came back to the US and was not tracked. She knows she has to have some camera somewhere installed on her, and that they still have to be watching. Like, she knows that, and she doesn't care. And you brought all that mess back into our country. Man, you can't make this stuff up. All right, y'all. We're excited. So we'll wait to hear back from Ryan and see what he has available for the beginning of July. And hopefully we can get a collab going with him and have him in the LLC. That would be absolutely fantastic. I appreciate that. Francisca, I see your emails you sent on Umar stuff. We'll be getting to that. Y'all, we got to get to some YouTube videos right quick before we get in over on X, because so many people have caught up on what she's doing. We're going to kick it off with Joshua Carr, because we did Milk Bar the other day, and unless he's done a new video, I don't see it over on YouTube. So we're going to kick this off with Joshua Carr. All right? Hilarious. Candace still is mispronouncing words. We got to start off with a little laughter. And then, of course, the FBI response, Mira K covered that in her video. Would love to have Mira K over here in the LLC as well. And then Natalie Beisner, is it Beisner? And then Yanimo did a new video. Now this one is shorter, but it's so good. It's so good. And then Faxme did a couple videos and stuff, especially where he goes in about the number of times that she lies. I mean, my God. Candace lies like she's breathing air. We got to check out a couple of his videos he did about that. The number of times she says Charlie is scary. It's scary. Let's see. And then he did a live stream I wanted to check out. And then we got the eclectic journalist. Oh, y'all. The one where the guy was trying to channel Charlie Kirk. Candace started this demonic nonsense. She started this demonic nonsense. Let's see. Candace on side to Epstein. No reply. Will you get able to get him some information? Are you able to get some information? So we got that, and we got the eclectic journalist. We got to check out. Shout out to the eclectic journalist, y'all. She did it. I'm trying to find that video. I don't know why I didn't have it in my my list. And make sure you guys are subscribed to Faxme. Check out his content as well as the eclectic journalist. We support them all. She did her wrap up of the narrative machine. I'm trying to show the one where this one right here. This dude talking about he can channel Charlie. Why did these dumb demons think Charlie want to speak to any of these folks? Let them in rest in peace. But it's Candace, this is what you did. This is all your fault, Candace. You dumb demon. Now you have people out here talking about, oh, I'm channeling Charlie Kirk because she's talking about he can astral project. This is all Candace's fault. Look what you started, Candace. All this demonic nonsense. I mean, if you just wanted to leave, cared a little bit, just leave him alone. All this demonic nonsense, the seances and all this stuff. What's wrong with you? So now there are people who think they can channel him. Go figure. Because she talking about he got a third eye and he can astral project. Y'all see why that stuff is dangerous? And these so-called Christ is King cult bot members that worship Candace's every move she makes never seem to question her about, okay, the Bible does not support this. And this is why you have to rebuke these dumb demons. It's like a plague. Because then she goes and says something, and it puts all this witchcraft, sorcery all over him. And now you have people trying to channel him as a medium. Well, that's got to be the most demonic thing ever. Candace, this is all your fault. We call out evil as we see it. So, I want to watch this again. We'll start with Milk Bar. And then we'll go from there. Is that good, y'all? We got a marathon today. We in for it. This medium thing is something else. I saw a little bit of it. I was like, oh, we gotta pray before. Oh, we gotta pray before we do this. Because demonic stuff is demonic. It's still demonic. So before we start, y'all, if anybody we're gonna follow the example of anybody, it will be Tamara Neely. Hold on, let me get some comments in right quick. Stoked for this, really struggling, and I need to laugh. Oh, Mackenzie, we here for, honey. Thank y'all so much for your patience as well. Because it's gonna be all day. Y'all ready to be all day? Yeah. Candace, I told you I can go hours on you. Can't make this up. Oh man. I appreciate you coming in and tuning in and hanging out. Y'all hit that like button as you come in. CR, how you doing, honey? I'm just trying to get some of y'all comments up right quick and give everybody a shout out. Shout out to the mods. Yeah, I was running late. I'm sorry. Technical difficulties we here. Caleb, what's going on? I see you up in here. Mindy up in here. Shout out to the mods, you all. I appreciate you, honey. Yes, I just sent the response to the group chat with you, Mindy and Ryan. I'm excited. Check your DMs. Got it? No reply? What's going on? How you doing, honey? Y'all, our research game is strong up in here. No, but it is nice to see someone that is like research driven and just presents the facts. And that's it. And that's exactly what Ryan did. And we are here for it. So I would love to have him in the LLC next month. I think Fax Me wanted to collab again. That would be awesome. Certainly looking forward to doing more collabs with Edie Marie and her Candyland Biker Babe. Because, you just got to have some laughter in life. Then, of course, we got to cover the topic about Jay Witt's wife as well. So we'll do a separate live stream for that. Well, we can watch that board meeting and go over some information. I'm doing some FOIAs. Oh, I am. Because they playing around with this woman's livelihood. Can't make this up. Jennifer, what's going on? Is it Andrea? How you doing? How you doing? Terry, how you doing? I'm so glad you guys are able to tune in. Angie, how you doing? It's been a minute. You good? If y'all can't tell, my voice is just gone. It's exhausted. What's going on, Ashley? So y'all bear with me. We're going to get there. What's going on, Jim? How you doing? Shout out to everybody up in here. I appreciate you all. You guys are awesome. Y'all ready to go? Sarah Fields released a video on Carmelo Anthony. What? Would I be able to show that? Sometimes YouTube acts finicky. Will I be able to see that? Did somebody else do that? I tagged you on Milk Bar's new video. You guys have a new video. Why is it not on YouTube? Hold on. Wait, his new video on Candace. Because you know I don't care about Tucker, to be honest. Is it on Candace? Why is it not on YouTube? Or is it on Megan? Hold on. Oh, okay. It's y'all, it really is not over here on YouTube. Okay, cool. So we'll switch. Thank you. Thank you, girl. There you go. So we'll switch over to X after we check out these two. It is Milk Bar and his Facts Me. Those are short videos, and then we'll switch over and see his new one. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's get back to this. All right, so make sure you guys go support Milk Bar TV. Show them love, and I will catch up more comments. Before we get started, we gotta pray because we don't need this demonic nonsense coming through the computer screen. Oh Lord. All right. So, Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your many blessings you've bestowed upon us. Pray, God, that you forgive us for all of our sins and we repent for everything we said and done and thought that was wrong and evil in your sight. We come now, God, as we go through this session, be with us, protect us, keep us covered underneath the blood of Jesus. Lord, we pray that the evil, perverse wickedness of this world is put down to tame right next to the enemy. But keep us safe and protect us as we call this evil out. Be with us, go forth, prepare the way for us. Bless us all. Keep us in your care. We love you and we bless you in Jesus' name. Amen. I do a prayer of protection because Candace, you're a demon. Can't make this up. You got people doing demonic stuff, Candace. That's crazy. All right, let's get to it. Now hit the floor where you can see in here.
That a shot went off from here, if that was just maybe like decoy number 2, and actually Charlie was shot from beneath him, which then could maybe explain why there was no exit wound. Maybe everyone's looking up when we should be looking below, right? Maybe we should be looking below. People are doing very, what I would say, credible videos. People that certainly have the credibility are ballistics experts that are saying that what we see in the front is an exit wound, not an entry wound. Theory that is being floated that Charlie was shot from the back. And I'm telling you this 100%. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front. And at least a fragment of the bullet was recovered from his neck. What I can state rather unequivocally is that there is now more evidence, more evidentiary support that Charlie may have been killed by a rigged explosive device that was on him. I never dismiss the exploding mic theory. I was always clear to my team that I thought there was something there. And then my producer has a note that there are a lot of comments asking about the microphone theory. Here's what I will say about that. When I looked at image from the side, the microphone is still on him afterwards. So like when you see it from on, it looks like it kind of disappears, but then it kind of shifts. When you look at the perspective slightly to the left, you see that it actually stays on him and it's just in the fold. I would imagine if anything did sling into him with that kind of a force, it would fall off. And I can tell you it doesn't fall off. Yeah, I never changed my mind. Maybe we should be looking below. Charlie was shot from the back. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front. Charlie may have been killed by a rigged explosive device that was on him. Kind of gets into what Charlie, the world before to the world after Charlie Kirk.
Sorry, Charlie.
Investigating this Charlie Kirk. You know, I was there when Charlie easily say that Charlie, the morning of Charlie Kirk's into the Charlie Kirk. He was, Charlie Kirk saw very big fall.
This is Facts Me's video. Counting the number of times she said Charlie. Candace, you are obsessed for no reason over someone else's husband who's deceased. You guys said that we should be able to watch the Carmelo Anthony body cam. I hope so. Let me see. Does anyone like have it up to where? Hold on. Have it to where Maybe it's up in no commentary. They just have up the footage. Was anyone able to do it without it being taken down a block? Let me ask that. Because I need to know exactly what does it show the act of that happening with him stabbing you, man? How graphic does it get? Okay. Jay went over it? Okay, cool. Well, okay, we'll check it from Jay Witt. Okay, cool. We'll do that. We'll use Jay Wiz because I want to make sure, like, if someone out there, because usually YouTube, and they so finicky. They're so finicky. I might be able to watch the same thing that Jay Witt watches, but then they might put a restriction on mine, but not his. Like, it's so weird. They're just kind of randomly picking things for review, and then when you try to dispute it and you say, well, how here's all these other content creators that did the same thing and nothing happened with their videos, and it's no different. And then they'll still say, well, the review is confirmed that it is age restricted and limited. They did that to one of my Umar videos. The first part 1 that we checked out 3 days ago on my Umar videos. They put limited ads on it, saying that it was not suitable for most advertisers. And it's like, why? But we're watching the Mademoiselle, and it's her video. And her video didn't have any, restrictions at all. So me watching her video somehow was not suitable for most advertisers. Her video is not restricted at all. And I'm sitting here like, man, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make this up. That's how finicky and ridiculous they are. They're not consistent. Oh, it's so irritating. So if Jay Wood was able to watch it and his is not restricted, we'll watch his. And hopefully they'll leave me alone. YouTube sucks. I tagged you on JD Miles on X. It's on X. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, this was shorter. Okay. What in the world kind of knife is that? Y'all, he was the jury found him guilty. Is this in parts? Y'all, this is crazy. Okay, we'll watch that. Oh man, we're gonna get in our Candace marathon and then we'll watch it at the end. Just remind me, okay? We'll get it in at the end. We gotta get our Candace marathon in, and then we'll get that at the end because that's a whole topic. That might be a separate live stream. I mean, that's a whole thing. Yeah, we'll do a separate live stream on that. Oh my God. Oh Lord, have mercy. That boy lost his life over what? An argument? They had a track meet. You don't expect people to lose their life, kids losing their lives at a track meet? Child. We'll do a separate live stream on that. Because there's a lot of conversation to be had about that case. He's back. Yeah, he did. He lost all his original videos. Is it the channel that's the same? What's the name of his channel? Can you tag Cold Blooded Christian's channel in the chat? We'll do a separate live stream on the body cam for Anthony Carmelo, since you guys want to watch it. We'll do a separate live stream on that. After this, we'll do a live stream on Anthony Carmelo, and then we'll do Umar. And I'll just have to push it back. That sound good? Y'all hit the 4 if you good with that. Because I'd rather have that as a separate thing. That way we can have some discussion strictly about that. That sound good? Hit the 4 if you good with that. Hit the 4. Hit the 4. Because I want to make sure we, do some due diligence on that one. All right, cool. I see y'all hitting 4s. Let's get back to this, y'all.
Out between Charlie and Victor Marty that announced that Charlie calling out was with Charlie. Since Charlie, I know, and I know that, I feel like we have to do all that stuff for Charlie, you know. I think Charlie would attack his legacy. Charlie told relationship with Charlie Kirk in the same way that I tell people who was in attendance, by the way, when Charlie got peer pressure.
With Charlie Kirk, when it comes to the Charlie Kirk
view, the Charlie Kirk with guys investigating, and this was just one of them. Are lying about where I think Charlie was done. So if they had all come out right when Charlie died, who pressed Charlie, I just regret is the last time I saw Charlie name has a text message from Charlie, but like Charlie wanted to launch as the new Charlie. That's very, if I just ignore how Charlie Kirk was killed, about Charlie Kirk very plainly. If you watch Charlie Kirk, and for Charlie, because they were panicked about losing Charlie in Israel, and Charlie said, what did Charlie say? Genuinely like me and Charlie believe all when we're speaking about that with Charlie.
Legendary Charlie, the teeth of that.
I'll tell you what I'd like to call out Charlie Kirk.
Obviously the Charlie, because of just the fact that Tyler Robinson coming out and shooting Charlie, like open to having lost Charlie, because I knew how I was helping Charlie, alleged AI of Charlie said, really sound like Charlie said that Charlie sick of Charlie. I mean, we have a decade of Charlie saying, yeah, you have a big campaign that Charlie was the wife of Charlie Kirk. Everybody knows Ben. Keep telling the truth about what Charlie was knew that Tyler. I didn't kill Charlie. Chime in on Charlie doing something to Charlie Kirk this war so badly, and that Charlie, since this is the Charlie. I mean, we just watched what happened to Charlie, the work. Don Jr. was like a brother to Charlie. Both Cash Patel came out of nowhere. Charlie was something about the Charlie.
This is obsession at, the just zenith of it all. The zenith of obsessions. I never thought in a million years, or in my whole lifetime, because I'm a million years old, I never thought that I would actually witness in real time someone show an obsession over anything. Like, I've seen people, be a little crazy for somebody, like a little berserk, go out of their way too much. But just raw obsession, I never thought in my lifetime I would actually witness an alien that crash landed on our planet actually obsess over a human being who is now deceased. Because where was all this energy at between 2024 and 2025? Because she unfollowed him and unfriended him on social media. And didn't even talk about him like that. And now is every other word. I never thought that I would witness someone be obsessed over another human being like this. Candace, this is depraved. This is depraved. I've never seen, I'm sorry, I've never seen this. You can call me naive, and I've researched and report on a lot of things. I mean, I've seen people go berserk over some money. But this level of obsession over another human being who is now deceased, and now that obsession has plagued its way over to Erica Kirk. It's like a plague. Candace's obsession is like a plague. And it just goes in with the attack. That's why we continue to keep Erica Kirk in our prayers, so that plague doesn't bother her. You can't make this up. Candace, you got to find something else to do. You're going to have to. At some point, you're going to have to find something else to talk about. This is unhealthy. This is pure demonic. I have never seen this. And it won't sit here and say who she thinks pulled the trigger on the gun. You shouldn't still be asking that after 9 months. You're supposed to be researching that yourself and telling us who you think pulled the trigger on the gun. Not demanding that they tell you when they already told you and you didn't like the answer. So no, they owe you nothing else. Yeah, who did this to Charlie Kirk? Tyler Robinson did it. Just because Candace doesn't want to accept it doesn't mean he didn't do it. We don't care about her alternate reality. We don't care. This obsession is unhealthy and it's just pure demonic. And where is George? Is he still walking around not caring at all that his own lavender wife is obsessing over a deceased man? Can y'all imagine if Candace had actually worked longer at TPUSA, how bad this would be? This is her after only having worked with TPUSA for 19 months. Imagine had it been like 7-8 years. Imagine her still working there to this very day. Let's say she worked for TPUSA this entire time, and she's just as vindictive as she is now. Boy, she would have to be committed. Candace, you would have to be 5150. If Candace was still working for TPUSA up to the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, with all these wild-haired, bone-headed conspiracy theories, even if she was there in person, she would still deny Tyler Robinson being the shooter. She would still do this. Imagine her being there for herself in person. And maybe she was. Who knows? Because we don't know. We don't know her alibi. But just imagine if her and George Farmer were actually there. And she still worked for TPUSA. And she does this nonsense. Oh my God. Candace. You would have to be committed. Either that or she would literally destroy the internet.
Their justice is in the hands of Charlie Kirk's friends.
They're the people that
Or what they have not done for Charlie. And I think that
whether it's Butler. What happened to Charlie?
for me and for Charlie Kirk, we just together everywhere. Charlie wrote Sachs. You got started Holly, but Charlie all these characters. And saying, oh, hey, Charlie Kirk, you said, and I remember going through this with Charlie Paul Jack Basso Bandis with Charlie.
Hey, Mama Sage, I see you. Hey, Kelly, Jim.
Candace Owens basically took a full segment of her.
Hold on, we're gonna go over to X right quick and check out Milk Bar's new video. Let's switch over. Oh, I'm so here for this. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Let's switch over. I am so here for these. So this one is, hold on. There's no better IQ test than who takes Candace Owens seriously. Y'all saw how many times that count came up with her saying Charlie Kirk's name? It was over 4,000. Over 4,000 times. I want y'all to imagine if she had worked for TPUSA up until the day Charlie Kirk was assassinated and was there in person to see it and then still walk around talking about Tyler Robinson didn't do it. Candace, where's your alibi? Funny how you think somehow you're excluded from that. You gonna give your alibi, Candace? Or you want us to request that the FBI ask you for your alibi? How you want this to go? You know, real investigators that actually work for the federal government. Because your mommy slews would never ever want to answer to them. I think it's time for Candace to be telling us, her and George Farmer's alibi. I believe you. Kelly, I'm with you. I think George got a lot to do with this. George is definitely part of this. He's too silent. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't stop her. He has not told her to shut up, go make a sandwich. But I can guarantee you, if she were to get a visit from a federal agent and they asking her some questions, he would start telling her, shut up. Leave this alone. We got federal agents coming in our house asking us questions. Want to know our alibi now. Because that's exactly what should be happening. We want, see, if you're going to sit here and research some information like that, Candace, you got to be able to say where you were on September 10th of 25. And George Farmer. Because he could move through UVU and not be noticed. Even with a hat on, you would still probably stand out a little bit. And I think people will recognize her. Put George out there, whom many people still don't know like that. He might be able to slide his way through UVU. Where's his alibi? Yeah, I think it's time for us to start asking the FBI to go ask for their alibis because she don't want to give it on her own. Look how she dodges court. Talking about she wants discovery and subpoena power, but don't want to go to court. Yeah, it's time for them to give up their alibis. We have no idea what Candace was on September 10th of 25. No idea. You can record a pre-recorded, pre-scripted show anywhere. With the same backdrop, that could be anywhere. We don't know where she was. She could have been physically located in Utah. That's how obsessive she is. This is crazy. It's that simple. It's time for the feds to start asking her some questions. We want to know where you are. Bottom line. What's going on, Texas? How you doing? All right, y'all. So let's get to this. Milk Bar's new video. I'm excited. I don't know why it's not over on YouTube, but that's okay. Let's go.
All right, you guys. I know that I say that every episode is going to be explosive, and I guess we should just start with one of many explosive discoveries. It's going to explode, and there's going to be so many revelations about how this world really works. Explosive story that I have for you today, and some other explosive things that we have found out. One more thing, rather explosively. Some explosive things that we will be revealing tomorrow. It will shake the foundations of the world. I believe it. You believe it. We all believe it. Even more explosive revelations for you. Actually, some explosive revelations. So here's some explosive news. Tomorrow we will have more explosive information and revelations. We are going to have some explosive stuff for you on Wednesday. The thing about the Egyptian plane is so explosive. I don't know what to say other than it's positively explosive. I have so many explosive revelations. We have some more explosive revelations. This is bigger than we could have ever imagined. It's explosive discovery. Get ready. We have an explosive episode because it's pretty explosive episode because obviously that's very explosive. I mentioned Fort Huachuca on my show, and apparently the world exploded and imploded at the exact same time. The explosive episode, even more explosive information, it's unbelievably explosive revelation that I have. Here is a rather explosive lead, but it's potentially explosive. And you know what? This information is pretty explosive. I've got some unbelievably explosive news, rather explosive bits of news to share. Actually, something that is explosive. It's massive. That's rather explosive. That is rather explosive. I do now have an explosive tidbit, but the information is explosive. Something is about to explode. I think the interview is going to be explosive and it's going to change some lives. Brings us to a rather explosive piece. Explosive. It's not. It's not explosive. Well, like I said, should not say explosive. I should say it's not explosive.
And these are all the words she knows. And it's so funny because we're going to go over to Josh Carr, who said in a video about all the words she still mispronounces. Oh my God. Shout out to Milk Bar TV. Total actual explosive revelations, 0. Well done, Milk Bar. Well
all right,
done.
you guys. I know that I say
oh my God, this is helpful. Candace doesn't know the definition of explosive. It's supposed to take everybody by surprise. We're supposed to be wowed. You know, this is enough for her cult members because it doesn't take much for bots and cult members to say something about Mitch Snow lying about seeing people on a military base. Yeah, no, with no video evidence at all. You know, for them, it's the greatest thing ever. For us, now he's dodging service for a lawsuit. Candace, your co-defendant is dodging a lawsuit. He doesn't want the U.S. Marshals to serve him. Oh, no. He's about to have a default judgment entered against him. We're here for it. This moron doesn't want to go to court. Neither does Candace. Candace doesn't even want to go to court now. How many times you going to keep pushing back the Macron lawsuit? The hearing on your motion, Candace? To the cult members. You all know that your cult leader, Candace Owens, filed a motion to dismiss. She doesn't even want to go to court for this lawsuit with the Macrons. And now she has pushed back that hearing for the third time. Why don't the cult members and the bots tell Candace, go to court? I thought you wanted discovery. Why do you keep stalling this case? It's been a year. They filed this complaint July of last year. Go to court. This is ridiculous. What are you running from? What are you hiding from? You know, they'll come up in my chat and ask all kinds of dumb questions. Why don't they ask these questions to their cult leader? Ask Candace, why does she keep rescheduling this hearing? I thought she wanted subpoena power. Candace, we thought you wanted subpoena power, you heifer. You can't make this up. Go to court, Candace. Go to court. What? Oh, man. Milk Bar never misses. Shout out to Milk Bar. And Joshua Carr. You guys know, I just adore him. He's so adorable. But I love his delivery. And he's been here in the LLC. We'll love to have him back. But he did a video on how it's just something to laugh at. More things to laugh at. Candace Owens is still butchering words, because no one told you to crash land on our planet, Candace. Are you going to give us your alibi for you and George for September 10th, 2025? Because you don't want us to have to find out the hard way, Candace. We're giving you an option. I've never seen anybody obsessed say some man's name over 4,000 times in 8-9 months. And yet and still, you can't tell us where you were on September 10th, 25, or George Farmer. And he cool with you going after Erica Kirk like that. He's got to be a demon, or he doesn't live in that house and watch your show. I'm assuming it's the first option. But he'll go with her to Russia, because he goes fishing. Shout out to Joshua Carr, you all. Hit the 4 where you can see it in here. Let's get to it.
Show to make fun of Erica Kirk for getting emotional on air. Look at her face. I want you to pay attention to Candace's face while she reacts to this clip.
I don't find it entertaining or funny when Erica cries. I don't find it funny when she says, I just want to go home, and cries. I just want to know why that was being boosted at the White House. Why the Department of War is saying this needs to be the #1 clip by morning within an hour of that taking place. I want to know who recorded it. I'm just tired of this overriding strategy. So here is what Erica, we're going to watch her have this breakdown, and then I'm going to explain to you why I am not feeling compelled or moved by it. Take a listen.
I have been married for 10 years. My husband is a hardworking farmer who has gone a lot. A year ago, I was questioning my marriage and felt like I was losing myself in the chaotic life of work and motherhood. Since finding a church, I recently got baptized. My kids attend Sunday school, and we talk about Jesus in our home daily. Instead of nagging my husband, I embrace his hard work.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You better finish reading it, sweetheart. Let me finish reading it.
I
for
love
you.
him like a wife should when he comes home. Instead of losing myself to motherhood, I've completely embraced every second of it. Never wanting my precious babies to grow up. It seems like the more I pour myself into my daily readings, church, and family, the devil shows his face more than I have ever witnessed.
Erica Kirk cried on her show when asked about marriage and overcoming marital difficulties. And this has become a 20-minute segment for Candace Owens. And of course, it's part of some sort of conspiracy theory about her being a part of a staged assassination attempt on Trump's life at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. When Erica doesn't cry, they say, oh, grieving widow. Oh, look, she's got sparklers around her. She's so happy. She's never been happier than when Charlie died. And then when you see her break down on occasion, she doesn't do it a lot, but every once in a while she does break down and she's on camera a lot, so we see it. They say, look, it's all for show. It's not real. She's crying and it's annoying. She should be stronger for Charlie. What do these people want? That's my sincere question to you if you're a Candace Owens fan watching the show right now. Which one do you want? Do you want her to never cry or do you want her to cry a lot? This is the clearest sign. Again, it's damned if she cries, damned if she doesn't cry. And it's the clearest sign to me of everything we've exposed or talked about on the show. This is the clearest sign that Candace and her cronies are evil. Not just corrupt, not just wanting money, but full-on evil. They are illogically inconsistent. They are just in it for the clicks to the detriment of someone who is grieving, but they do it because they enjoy it. They have some sort of crazed addiction for making fun of a widow who is crying. And by the way, this is what grieving looks like. I know we've talked a lot on the show and other people have talked about, oh, what is grieving really like? Oh, Erica Kirk's not really grieving. Trying to stay strong, putting on a good face 95% of the time, maybe even looking happy, surprisingly. And people are looking at, wow, how can you be happy? Your husband was assassinated 9 months ago. But looking happy 95% of the time and then breaking down at seemingly random times, that is grieving. For anyone who has ever grieved a hard loss like this, that's exactly what happens. You go about your day, you work very hard, you try to provide for your kids if you're a parent, and then randomly, out of the blue, you break down. And that's what happened with Erica Kirk here. And that's why Candace Owens tried to seize on this moment and make it look like something bad when it, in fact, is the very thing that she has been supposedly looking for, which is that Erica Kirk is indeed grieving. And all of it's very natural and very normal. To be honest, I think this can be depressing to see at times. It's depressing to see how evil people can be, like Candace Owens. So I thought I would give you guys a nice palate cleanser to finish up this segment of the show. Milk Bar TV put together a new compilation of Candace mispronouncing things. And even though Candace is evil, I think seeing the most famous podcaster in the world struggle with basic English does warm your heart a little bit. Take a look.
Their new push is just that I'm stupid. It is a biennial joint military operation. Sex slave was hired by music mogul.
Before we go there, I want to address this. Kathy Harris Gillum, come to the front. Assuming you are a real person, not a bot, even if you are a cult member of Candace Owens, I call you all the candy asses because I can. Have you ever lost anybody at all? Anything, anyone you love? Dog, cat, a relative, friend? Because they love to come in with this. It's sick for someone to cry. I think it's sick to have zero emotions when someone dies. The logic is so stupid. But I want to know if you've ever lost anyone you love. Kathy Harris Gillum. Now, I want to know if you've ever lost anyone. This is a very specific question. Now, if you need me to speak in another language, I can. We'll translate this if you don't understand English. Have you ever lost anyone you love, including a pet? Yeah, because pets are family too. Have you ever lost anyone you love? Yes or no? Because I got to be specific because they keep answering random things. Assuming you're not a bot, and that's just me assuming and giving you the benefit of the doubt to be a real person. Do not leave all caps in my chat either. No one needs to do that right now. Don't block them. I want to answer my question. Just lost my husband last August. I expect you never to cry about it. Perhaps you can't produce tears. The audacity for you to shed a tear over that, right? Because you said it's sick. It's sick for a grieving widow who lost her husband 8 months ago to cry. You know what's worse? Someone saying what another grown adult should do when you don't pay her bills. When you don't have to be around her. You never have to see her cry. You could just not watch the video. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm sorry you lost your husband. But since you think it's sick to cry, then I don't expect you to cry, right? You should feel no offense if people tell you it's sick that you're crying. You shouldn't feel anything, right? So if you lose your husband, the idea of you crying should be sickening to you. It should disgust you to shed a tear. Based on your logic, every time you cry over the loss of your husband, you should feel sick to your stomach. Is that what I'm to take from this? Because you said it's sick. Define sick. Every time you cry, no. It doesn't matter what she is. Because she's going to cry regardless. She just so happened to be on air. I can cry on air. We all do that. I've cried doing a video. Somehow it's supposed to be sick. So someone's supposed to see that as sickening to shed a tear in front of a camera. You're not going to move the goalposts. I don't care if she's on air, off air, in the bathroom, in the shower, on the toilet. If she cries wherever she is for the loss of her husband, explain to me how it's sickening. What type of sickening are we talking about? Physical sickness, mental sickness, emotional? What type of sickness? Like, should you be vomiting right now? Type sick? Are you throwing up? Do you have a migraine? How are you sick? How do you see that as sick? Do you need to go see a psychiatrist type of sick? How are you sick? What's sickening? Does your stomach hurt, Kathy? I'm asking questions, just like Candace does. Does your stomach hurt? Do you need some Pepto-Bismol? Are you going to need some prune juice? Are you constipated or something? You having heartburn? What level of sickness are you experiencing? Because she's crying on air. What are you experiencing right now? Now give me your best shot. What are your symptoms you're feeling right now? How are you sick? Do you I mean, is it like, oh, I gotta go get me some anti-nausea medicine? You have a migraine, headache? Are you going to be able to function for the rest of the day because you saw Erica Kirk cry in a video? Does it hinder you from doing your job? Last time I checked, the earth is still revolving around the sun. And God has not allowed Yellowstone to erupt yet. So I'm just trying to figure out why it's so sickening for Candace Owens and her cult members to see a woman who lost her husband cry on a camera. What type of sickness do you experience? Because you know you bring in these symptoms upon yourself when you could just not watch the video. You literally could just never watch Erica Kirk. I know, right? Thank God Yellowstone has not erupted yet. Oh, Lord. Because Erica Kirk is crying. Because she's grieving. I'm sorry you lost your husband. That has to be a very hard thing to deal with. You know what's worse? Being soulless about it. I'm still trying to figure out what level of sickness do you experience watching Erica Kirk cry because she lost her husband. You think you would be empathetic to that because you lost your husband as well. Allegedly. We're all assuming that Kathy Harris Gillum is not a bot. Because you could just say random things. How dare we think people are supposed to react the way we expect them to? Or simply because Candace said so. What you mean? What you mean? Candace doesn't dictate what Erica Kirk does. She has no control over her or her life. This is why we had to pray before we got started. Because I bless God, I haven't cussed yet. I don't think. She has no control over her. Candace doesn't pay her bills. She doesn't have to take care of those kids. I'm still waiting on your symptoms of sickness that you experience watching another person cry over the loss of their husband when you don't even have to watch her cry at all. So you sit here and decide, I'm just going to make myself sick today and watch Erica Kirk cry and they get mad and blow up in the chat using all caps. Do you feel good about that, Kathy Harris Gillum? Are you at peace when you sit here talking about I'm sick? It's sick to see someone crying over the loss of their husband on air in a video. How dare she? How dare you make me sick? How are you sick? I'm just trying to figure out what symptoms are you feeling? Do we need to call an ambulance for you? Do you need 911? Are you going to live to see a new day sort of thing? What level of sickness are we talking about? Erica Kirk isn't sick at all. It's Candace and the Candy Coat members are the ones walking around here talking about it sick. How are you sick? Is it contagious? Do we need to have you quarantined? Perhaps Kathy needs to be quarantined because Kathy is sick. Her tummy don't feel good. She don't feel good. Because she can't take Erica Kirk crying on air. Her stomach hurt. I know one thing God will do. Remind you who's God. It is absolutely evil, soulless, and heartless to say that she should not be crying on air, off air, or anywhere. You don't have to like Erica Kirk, but she lost her husband. And I'm still waiting for you to tell me exactly how you're sick seeing her cry. Is your stomach that sensitive? So tears make you sick? You know, the sight of tears being shed from someone's eyes, somehow you start heaving. How does this go? You get an instantaneous migraine or something? How do you get sick? Why does her crying have any effect on you, physiologically speaking? See, I could go there. No, we can go there. We can have this conversation. I'm asking questions. I want to know exactly how Candace Owens' cult members get sick watching someone else cry. Is it a wave of nausea that you all feel at one time or what? You need some Pepto-Bismol? I recommend, Benadryl and there's plenty of anti-nausea medication you can take. Because I just, I don't understand how you're sick watching someone else cry in a video that you don't have to watch. No way you don't have to make yourself sick. Okay? So if you don't want to be sick, then how about just leave Erica Kirk alone? That's so easy. It's much easier. It's as easy as it is said to just do it. To just leave her alone and never watch her videos. You can't make this up. I really want to know exactly how they get sick. Colleen said, "Lady, look, you gotta ignore the bots until they send in super chats." Don't give them your precious time for free. Colleen, that's a good idea. Oh, Kathy Harris Gillum, can you tell your cult leader and the God you worship to send me that 7K y'all keep promising me before I send her an invoice? We got to draft up an invoice. Can I get like an image of an invoice for 7K to Candace Owens from Lady Luck Club. For all the times your dumb bots and cult members kept saying that I'm getting $7,000. Here's an invoice for $7K plus interest and fees and late fees because y'all 8 months late. I assume this is $7,000 per hour. So here's the bill. And then just use like 5,000 hours and send it over to him. Can we get an image on that? Oh man. Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, I want to, if one of y'all can get me a photo or image of that. Oh, that's gonna be a thumbnail. And I'm gonna tweet that over there on X. Finally, here's an invoice to Candace Owens from the Lady Luck Club, dated June 20th, 2026. You thought the Macrones and Brian Harper were the only people you have to pay? No, you got to pay me too. No, you got to pay me too, helper. You owe me $7,000 times 5,000 hours because your cult members can't stop coming in my chat and talking about you. I'm getting paid $7,000 from Israel. Since they have not given me the money, you can give it to me and then tell them to reimburse you. That'll teach you for getting my hopes up, you dumb heifer. Oh, can we get a photo on that? Oh, that's going to be a good image. Let me know if y'all can do a photo like that. Oh, no reply say I'll make it right now. Oh, that's going to be epic. We're finally sending that invoice over to Candace. Candace, I'm invoicing you. You thought I was playing? Now you send me the money. They want me to get $7,000 so bad. How many times do I get the $7,000? I've been asking so many questions about this 7K. Is it 7,000 per hour, per segment, per show, per what? How does this go? Is it like once a week? Even once a month. I've been at this for 8 months. Come on. Give me my money. I want my money. Ben Shapiro, you might have to hop down off that midget horse and tell Candace to pay me my money. Because her cult members keep coming over here telling me that nonsense and buffoonery. They act like that makes me mad. No, it doesn't. Man, y'all know how many times I had to tell other content creators, don't get mad about that. Embrace it. Guess what they do? They realize, oh, that don't work. Then they stop saying it. I'm like, oh, I want them to send me the 7K. Are you gonna give me, like, they don't leave me any super chats and anything. Now they'll go leave it to a multi-millionaire who's sitting here caught up in 2 lawsuits, one of which is a federal lawsuit, while she's dodging the other by delaying the hearing for her motion to dismiss. They won't challenge her on that, though. You know what, Kathy Harris Gillum? That makes me sick. Delaying justice for no reason. Candace Owens deciding, yeah, I'm just going to keep rescheduling this hearing on my motion to dismiss, because deep down, she really does not want subpoena power. She's just lying to you people about it. But it makes me sick that she keeps rescheduling this hearing. And I get headaches. That's how she make me sick. Giving me a headache. And it's always at the midnight hour. It's like always one day before the actual court hearing. What is Candace running from? And why is she stalling this? That makes me sick. Seeing Candace play around with the court, rescheduling hearings, pushing it back for no reason. That makes me sick. It gives me a headache. Because Candace is a punk. And this is pathetic. She wants subpoena power, but she doesn't want to go to court for her hearing. God. She didn't have to file that motion. How you file a motion and do all this stuff, but you're scared to go to court? Candace is scared of losing. Because she knows she's going to lose. They're bringing in scientific evidence. Candace knows that she's going to lose. Candace, stop delaying the inevitable. You could just do a settlement and kick rocks. Your pride won't let you do a settlement offer, a proposal. That makes me sick. She's wasting time and money with the courts, delaying and stalling one hearing on her motion where she wants this whole case dismissed. That girl does not want to get to the discovery phase. And she has no idea what it means to have subpoena power. Or else she wouldn't be pulling this nonsense off. And the cult members can't see that at all. And it's staring them in the face. It's right in front of their faces. And it's like they still can't see it. Because Candace told them, don't look this way, look this way. Child boo. Oh, shout out to you, Susie Q, for the $5 super. To all who are grieving or have grieved, do what is best for you. Bless everyone except the Candies. God will deal with them in due time. Honey, this is why we had to pray before I started. Because I know how the bots are. They say the same thing over and over again. They'll come in to make it seem like, oh, I lost my husband last year. They all say the same thing. It's copy and paste. Right? When you fail to show any level of empathy, it's hard to believe that you're human to begin with. Kathy Harris Gillum could be a real person, could be a bot. Either way, she has no reason to be watching Erica Kirk cry and then saying that it's sick. And she can't say exactly how she gets sick. Your cult member, meanwhile, is giving everybody a migraine. Do we get to sue Candace for pain and suffering? Shout out to you, Susie Q, for that $5 super. Thank you so much. Kathy Harris Gillum, you gonna leave me a super chat or what? I think that was worth $7,000 right there. Your boy said, oh, okay. Let's get back to Joshua Call while I pull up this invoice. Candace, you got it coming.
Candace is dumb. She's really stupid. I am
Candace,
so very disappointed in Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, who all made these grandiose promises. I am saying this in its true denotative meaning. She mispronounced the word. There's been so much toxicity. Given all the toxicity there, discussing their toxicity, we're going to scroll through 300 episodes and look, and a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize. If you can't compartmentalize, compartmented. We knew a kerfluffle happened as this dress kerfluffle causes this whole race kerfluffle, a serious kerfluffle. She's ignorant. It was a philosophy class called Senior Sem, and he used to come in every day with a debacle. He hadn't yet committed the crime that creates that whole debacle. Taylor Swift was somehow involved in this entire debacle. The Kanye West debacle, Christ is King debacle, the Christ is King non-debacle, Jeffrey Epstein, this whole debacle, Epstein debacle, and him wanting to move on from the Epstein debacle, the FISA debacle. Are you guys following this debacle with her earrings? The Hamptons debacle came up. Okay, remember that whole debacle? Sort of a debacle when that whole debacle was happening, entire debacle, calling out Candace Owens and waiting for her to make a mistake so they can try to delegitimize every effort that she is making to get to the bottom of this thing. That was meant to legitimize her. It wasn't because people were just trying to delegitimize him. This caricature of a household beyond a couple of his major hits, namely Raspberry Beret, retired Green Beret, to do it again posthumously will be posthumously honored, a posthumous award. They've decided.
Oh, Candace, it's not Raspberry Beret. Candace, if anybody is rolling over in a grave, it's Prince. Raspberry Beret. Because beret is how you pronounce that word. Not beret. If you are saying that, you've never heard the song. That is a good indication she's never heard that song. She has never heard Raspberry Beret at all. You know, the kind you find in a secondhand store. Candace, you have never heard that song. And you lying to our faces on air. That's sick. Oh, Kathy Harris Gillum. That's sick right there. For someone to lie this bad about a song that is so popular that you could literally sing it and pronounce it correctly if you've ever listened to the song. And this heifer said raspberry beret. That's not the song at all. Kathy Harris Gillum, are you not sickened by your cult leader mispronouncing all of these simple words? You know, beret only has 5 letters, 2 syllables. Beret. Beret. 2 syllables, 5 letters. And she butchered it. Are you not sickened by that? Why aren't you sickened by hearing Candace Owens mispronounce all of these words, Kathy Harris Gillum? Why does it not disgust you to hear this butchering of the English language from Candace Owens? She claims to have 2 degrees. Lord. One in journalism and one in English. What you mean? Oh, Prince would be so mad. If there's ever a time I made her rage quit. Kathy Harris, come back. She rage quit. Oh my God. Come back, Kathy, come back. Boy, things was just heating up. You can't make this up. Oh, Kathy. Yeah, y'all, the demonic seance is back. Look at this. Are you ever going to change your username or what? You know I'm not saying it. I told you this last time you showed up here. I'm not saying these letters like this random letters of words. You did the cat walk across the keyboard for real? So you just didn't care. You just kind of slid your finger across the keyboard. Whatever came up, that was it. You're not even trying. Give us a real username. I don't care if it's Billy Bob. Just do something simple. I'm not saying these letters. I'm not summoning your devil. Make this up. Y'all, oh Lord mercy. Come back, Candace. Come back, girl. I can't believe she rage and quit. You got the bots rage quitting. The bots are rage quitting. Y'all. It's not my fault the Kansas is stupid.
I did posthumously. And so I'll give you an analogy, or actually an anecdote, not even an anecdote, a little anecdote. I'm sorry, I don't speak German. Everybody uses the terminology blitz, blitzkrieg. You can't even say blitz means lightning, krieg means war, and the NFL football team say blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg. Like, God, like, no, he just liked the architecture.
Candace may try to pretend she's God, but she's not God. And I enjoy the mispronouncing montages because it serves as a reminder that she's just a weak person who traded her soul for money. And even all the money in the world does not make her suddenly good at talking, doesn't make her suddenly happy. It just makes her weak like the rest of us. And those with ears to hear and eyes to see can discern it immediately. Most of you guys watch this show on YouTube, but did you know the show is also on Spotify and Apple Podcasts as well? Go check it out right now if that's where you like to listen to your podcasts.
Y'all, shout out to Owens before you get to Mira K. Shout out to Joshua Carr. We got the invoices. Letterman. Tell your cult leader. I'm sending her these invoices. Shout out to No Reply, Francisca. Where is my money? It says paid. I don't have the money. Tell your cult leader I want my $7,000. Where is it? I'm sending her this invoice. It was best going. I'm sending Candace this invoice. You understand me? Y'all go get it up. I'm coming up in here telling me I'm getting $7,000 that I could definitely use right now. and then I don't ever see that money. Letterman, I'm just gonna call you Letterman. Give me a super chat for $20. Let's see how real you are. They never leave me a super chat. You'll leave money for a multi-millionaire that can afford to lose $50-60 million in lawsuits. You won't leave me $20? And I'm sitting here asking for my $7K. Where is my money? Oh, y'all. Where is my money? Where the money at? Where the money? Francisco said, where the money? Where the money, though? Give me my money. Stop telling me I'm getting $7K. When is it going to come and be deposited into my account? Is it coming through Cash App? The candy asses could send me $7,000 to Cash App. They can do $7,000 worth of super chats. I don't care. Just give me the money. Candace, I'm sending you this invoice because you can't make this up. Oh my God. Kitty lays eyes. Video evidence means nothing to cult member government bootlickers. Carol. The judge doesn't care about what you nor Candace Owens thinks or feels. The end. Tyler Robinson is in jail for shooting Charlie Kirk. That is a fact. He is in jail for having admitted to shooting Charlie Kirk. What I want you to do is go ask your cult leader, Candace Owens, how much did she pay Tyler Robinson? We don't care if she believes it or not. You do know that, right? We don't, not over here in the Lady Luck Club. I don't care if Candace Owens believes that Tyler Robinson is not the shooter because she can't tell us who she believes is the shooter. How about go ask your cult leader, well, who do you think pulled the trigger? Who put the trigger on the gun? Who did it? It's been 9 months. You're still asking the same dumb rudimentary questions you've been asking since September of last year. They gave her the answer. She didn't like it. Moving on. Tell her go figure it out. Until then, telling us this means nothing. We don't care. How you feel is irrelevant when you can't name a name. So let's just say it's George Farmer. Then what? What if George Farmer did it? Y'all gonna stand by your cult leader's husband? You know, his husband. Are y'all gonna stand by him? Come on, Kitty. If it's George Farmer, are you gonna stand by Candace? Her own husband did it? We say it's George Farmer right now. What you gonna do about it? Because nothing is my answer. I'm assuming you're not doing anything about that. Hey, Cheryl, how you doing, honey? How's it going? How's that LLC, baby? Who ended Charlie, Kitty? Exactly. They can't give us an answer. When we give them answers, they don't like none of them. You can't be picky. Beggars can't be choosy. Y'all begging for time, attention. Y'all want people to see and recognize you in the chat. For what? When you won't leave me a super chat? Not one $5 super chat. Kitty. Not even trying. Weird letter guy, not even trying. They so such clowns. Kitty said meow. Kitty said meow. Is that the village crazy cat lady? You can't make this up. Kitty, tell your cult leader we're sending her an invoice. Y'all won't send us any money. Here's the one from Francisca, y'all. Oh, Francisca, this is so good. Y'all look at the cobwebs all over the computers. Yeah, LLC invoice. Bill to Candace Owens. Was $7,000. Candace, I'm sending you this invoice. Just because you're annoying. You're getting this invoice. Tell your dumb cult members to give me the money. Because you said Israel will be sending it. And they haven't sent anything. Who am I to reach out to? Is it Department of Finance over there? Yeah, if I actually post up a letter to Benjamin Netanyahu, y'all think he'll read it? If I tag the letter to Benjamin Netanyahu, what's the chances of him actually reading it? Dear Benjamin Netanyahu, for 8 months, I've been reporting on the nonsense and buffoonery of Candace Owens lying about Charlie Kirk's assassination, while her dumb cult members continue to claim that you're going to be sending me $7,000. How should I expect this money? How is this payment going to come to me? Curious Minds wants to know, will it be like a Cash App, Zelle? Are you actually going to send me a check? Because they keep promising me this money. And it's high time that I get it. Because I want to take my kids to Universal Studios. So y'all, that man be so mad at me. How would it be cool? No, it'd be funny. Meanwhile, I've invoiced Candace Owens just in case. And we'll go from there. Candace, I'm sending you this invoice. You helpful. Can't make this up. Boy, these are some great thumbnails too. Y'all are awesome. Thank y'all so much for the thumbnails. We got some invoices now we can send over to Candace. I'm gonna drop up a nice little letter and put it up on X and tag Benjamin Netanyahu in it. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I know he has no idea who I am, but you know, Candace, this is what happens when you keep sitting here talking about you get 7K. I will ask him for it and dare you to get mad. That I'm that bold. Candace, I told you you've met your match. And really you haven't because you can't speak. I see through you, heifer. You have met your match. I'm one of those ones where I will call your bluff. I will write a letter, post it on X, tag the Israeli prime minister on that post, and ask him, am I getting this $7,000 or what? Can you just be generous and send me the money either way? I will do that and put Candace Owens on blast about it. Tell your dumb cult members and bots to stop getting our hopes up. If they're not giving me any money, they don't even want to leave a super chat. Not even a $2 super chat to the candy ass is not even $2. You can't make this up. But they want me to get $7,000 from Israel. What? You think they would just give me the money? Oh boy. Shout out to Francisca and No Reply, y'all, for those fantastic invoices that will be thumbnails. Oh, we got to get a letter drafted for Benjamin Netanyahu. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be the letter to rival all letters. Let's get back to this, you all. We got Mira K up. Oh, man. Shout out to Mira K. The FBI told Candace to kick rocks. And I wanted to hear Mira K's take on this. Because it's just crazy how she thinks that they owe her something. Candace, the FBI is not beholden to you. They don't work for you. That is the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigations. They're not here to be your personal mommy slews and flunkies. They owe you nothing. And if anything, they're going to start questioning you about your alibi for September 10th of 2025. You and George. And the kids. How do we know the kids were at the house? They could have been somewhere else and you have somebody else watching. You know, like a nanny. Candace, I don't believe you're homeschooling anyone. You can't say beret. The last thing you need to be doing is homeschooling 4 young, small, impressionable children when you cannot pronounce the word beret. No. Let their nanny do it. Go somewhere and sit down and go read a book. Candace is so stupid. Candace, you should not be homeschooling these kids. First of all, they need to be socialized. Put them back in daycare. It's not like you're broke. All right, let's move on. We got Mary Kay up. Let's get to it. Hit the phone you can see it here. Let's go.
Downward spiral is continuing because now she's gone after the FBI, calling them liars, except for the problem is the FBI actually has the receipts, unlike Candace, and they've proved and exposed her for being the lying cow that she actually is. Let's get into the details. So it starts with this. Via FOIA, we formally requested Kash Patel's travel itinerary for the 3 days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination, and we just heard back and were told the burden of the request is too great. How is that even remotely legal? Of course, when you're reading this, you would think to yourself, the fact that the FBI can't provide a travel document for 3 days before Charlie Kirk's assassination, that sounds really crazy. But is it that crazy that the FBI actually isn't interested in exposing where their director goes on his days of work? No, it's not that crazy. But this is what she does. She'll try and get you to believe that the FBI are really the problem here. The only issue with all this is that the FBI responds to this, and it's not so good for her. Let's get into the details.
Candace Owens just got called out by the FBI for being a lying you-know-what on her show. She tried to spin a narrative about the FBI, and they actually responded.
Not that they needed to respond, by the way. The fact that the FBI feels a need to respond to Candace is ludicrous. She doesn't have a right over the FBI, but at this point, it's become so public. It's become such a massive area of controversy. She just goes after people, and they feel like they have to do something about it. Kind of sad, kind of pathetic, but I guess that's the power of Candace and why we have to keep on fighting to make sure people know how psychotic she is.
First, I'm going to tell you my theory about Candace Owens. I believe she goes after organizations or people that she thinks are not going to respond to her. She'll come up with a crazy theory about this organization or person with the idea that the likelihood of them actually addressing her crazy rumors is pretty low.
Or she's such a narcissist that she believes that she's on the same playing field with them, and therefore, of course I can call out the FBI, of course I can call out Trump, of course I can call out the president of France. They have to respond to me. I'm so important. And you know her, she thinks that she's just totally the best thing that ever happened to the world.
She can keep her engagement, keep all of her fans engaged while having very little pushback. So
correct. Yeah, that's what she believes. She believes that she's not going to get a lot of pushback. Unfortunately for her, the FBI responded, and we'll see exactly how in a second. Welcome to the pushback, by the way. I'm Ira K, your host. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, type this video, to switch on the notifications. Every single one of your subscribers allows us to grow our mission, to grow our momentum, to really fight back against the crazies online. And I truly, truly appreciate you being here. So all you have to do is hit that button. Let's get down to it.
This is what the FBI responded to, because she makes this wild claim that she actually requested Kash Patel's travel itinerary for 3 days leading up to Charlie Kirk being removed from the planet. And she says that the FBI told her that the burden of request was too great. She asked, how is that even remotely legal? Girl, is that really what happened? And before you...
No, it is not really what happened. Dear Candace Owens, please show us a document sent to you acknowledging your FOIA request where we said the burden of the request is too great. Your show, just like the fake news media, will be called out when you lie. We hope this helps. By the way, what an absolutely epic response. The FBI being like, show us the receipts. We want to see the receipts. You're demanding receipts from us. Where are your receipts, Candace? Of course, Candace can never, ever, 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 ever show any receipts. All she does is bully people online, but let's just read this. Request number something, something, something. Subject Patel Kash. Official schedule. Calendar meetings and travel from September 7th to September 10th. It's interesting. I don't actually know if the government is forced to present this information if somebody requests it. It might be the law. It doesn't really matter. Please be advised that unusual circumstances apply to the processing of your request. Unusual circumstances include one or more of the following scenarios. There is a need to search for and collect records from field offices and other offices that are separate from the FBI record information. Decimation section, that makes sense. There is a need to search for, collect, and examine a voluminous amount of separate and distinct records. There's a lot of records. There's a need for consultation with another agency or two or more DOJ components. These unusual circumstances will delay our ability to make a determination on your request within 20 days. Additionally, the payment of pertinent fees may apply to your request. The application of unusual circumstances is not determination of how the FBI will respond to your substantive request. This letter provides notice that these unusual circumstances apply to processing and delaying the determination of your request. You have the opportunity to reduce the scope of your request. This will accelerate the process and could potentially place your request in a quick processing queue. Why am I reading all this? Because I want you guys to see the very simple fact that none of this letter says the burden of this request is too great. It just says you're going to have to wait because guess what? The FBI doesn't work on Candace Owens' schedule. You have the opportunity to reduce the scope of your request. They may also reduce search and duplication costs and allow for a more timely receipt of your information. The FBI uses a multi-queue processing system, blah, blah, blah. Please advise in writing if you would like to discuss reducing the scope of your request. Provide a telephone number if one available where you can reach between 8 and 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mail your response to blah, blah, blah. Additional info. If you're not satisfied with FBI's determination in response to this request, you may proceed under any or all of the following options. What I have to say is that I think that this is a very nice request, considering Candace Owens is literally going after the FBI in the most nasty way. Let's see.
Try to say, oh my gosh, the FBI is lying. They came with receipts. So FBI Rapid Response responded to Candace Owens and said, please show us the document sent to you acknowledging your request, where we said the burden of request is too great.
Oh, look, surprise, surprise. Candace has no receipts.
Your show, just like the fake news media, will be called out when you lie. We hope this helps. So the FBI not only called her out for her lie, they also compared her to the fake news media. That should probably wake a few of you up.
Nah, not gonna happen. No one's gonna wake. If you haven't woken up yet to how ridiculous Candace is, you're never going to.
And here's a copy of the report. I'm not going to read it all to you because it would take forever, but go ahead and screenshot it and read it later.
It's a good thing that I read very quickly and it didn't take us forever.
So I'm hoping this wakes a few of you up. If she's lying about this, just logically, assuming that you're somebody that listens to her and believes her, if she's lying about this, and this has been proven that it was a lie, then what else has she been deceitful about?
Everything, literally everything, because this is what Candace does. Let's see how Candace responds. Do you have nothing to do better to do than be a nitpicking little bitch in front of the world? Are you not embarrassed that other countries can read this account? When we said denied, we meant denied the mandated 20-day turnaround for an FOIA response. We were in fact denied that, citing unusual circumstances, which is why we included a link to the full episode where we showed on what for 3 grounds that denial was made, plus suggesting adjustments from your office. Do you have a better way to spend our tax dollars than behaving like a boomo doesn't understand that X is meant to be pithy? Is clickbait a legitimate Department of Justice concern? Who is running this account? Can we check that? Clown. Where is Candace? Where are the receipts to that? Should be really easy. Where's that document? Where is the receipts? Where's the proof? Not there. Not there. Never there. Never actual any proof. And even at this point, if it is proof, it feels like it's probably AI because you just can't trust that girl for 1 second. Thank you for your judgment of this matter.
What's going on, everybody?
I'm thinking that a shot went.
Thank all y'all for tuning in so far. For those who are tuning in, I haven't gotten to you. Hello, come in, hit that like button. Y'all, we got up next. Oh man, Natalie Beisner. I actually like her commentary. She does. She's also on X as well. So we had to come over here and check out. Even Candace's audience is tuning out. Y'all, you know they bored because they're coming in my chat. This is why I have to sometimes stop and entertain them. Because they bored over there. Candace, you're boring. They coming in my chat trying to troll me. Chabu. What's the matter? Y'all don't have anything to talk about over there on Candace show. All right, Lady Love, she says the same thing over and over and over again. So they gotta come over here for some fun and entertainment. To the candy asses, let me explain something to you. I, the Lady Luck Club, am not scared of Candace in any shape, form, or fashion. And she knows it because she watches me. Candace, kick rocks. You're still bad at this. Your cult members are bored. If you were not talking about these things or trying to go off on the FBI when they can have you questioned and interrogated, even if just to get an alibi out of you. If you can't see how boring you are, don't get mad when they come back to you telling you what I said when I know you watching. So to the candy asses, your cult leader is watching. Whether you run and tell that about whatever I say is irrelevant. Or I have no problem tagging her in my videos on YouTube or any post or anything I do over there on X. I will tag that heifer and ensure that her name is tagged in it. That clown ain't gonna do nothing to me. Evil don't work over here. You understand that? I don't let evil demonic forces take control of this platform. No, we're not doing that. The devil is a liar, and so is Candace Owens. So her audience is now bored because she keeps saying the same old thing, and she refuses to tell them who she believes pulled the trigger on the gun. She can't drop a name at all. And yet it's still all the people she is pointing to, she has no evidence to support. Nothing that Candace does will land in a court of law. because she doesn't know how to spell or define the word evidence. If she can't master beret, evidence is going to be very difficult for her. Candace, the judge, jury, prosecutors, and even the defense attorney for Tyler Robinson all wish you would kick rocks. They don't want you tainting the jury pool. That is how much of a non-factor she is in that case. The only time when she comes up is when they're trying to assess the risk of her BS tainting a jury pool or having such an influence to where people believe what she say and not what the evidence shows. And this is coming from Candace, who said, assuming what she saw in a video. As if she's too stupid to just say what she saw in a video. Candace, you don't have to assume what you see in a video. You just say what you're seeing. You can't make this up. So we're going to get into this. Shout out to Natalie Beisner. Beisner? Is it Beisner or Beisner? I want to make sure I'm saying her last name right. I'll just say Natalie. I don't want to mess up her last name. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, Juju. There is the YouTube channel link for Milk Bar TV. Can we get the one for Natalie? If you don't mind, I'll drop the video link in the chat as well. And the video link for Joshua Carr was dropped in the chat as well. Hey, Grim, I see you up in here, honey. Elise, how you doing? I see y'all up in here. Shout out to all of you all. Y'all make sure y'all hitting that like button. The candy ass is the man, but, you know, hit the like button anyway. I don't care. Oh, they'll be mad. We prayed in the beginning of the show, y'all. We had to. Because we had to cover ourselves. We got a video that the eclectic journalist checked out. This man trying to channel Charlie Kirk as a medium or something. It's the witchcraft for me. So there is the video link there. And then we have, once I see the YouTube channel link for Natalie, we'll post that up. That way you guys can go and support her and check her out. Let's get to this. Hit the forward you can see it here.
Went off from here. If that was just maybe like decoy number 2, and actually Charlie was shot from beneath him, which then could maybe explain why there was no exit wound. Maybe everyone's looking up when we should be looking below, right? Maybe we should be looking below. People are doing very, what I would say, credible videos. People that certainly have the credibility are ballistics experts that are saying that what we see in the front is an exit wound, not an entry wound. Theory that is being floated that Charlie was shot from the back. And I'm telling you this 100%. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front. And at least a fragment of the bullet was recovered from his neck. What I can state rather unequivocally is that there is now more evidence, more evidentiary support that Charlie may have been killed by a rigged explosive device that was on him. I never dismiss the exploding mic theory. I was always clear to my team that I thought there was something there. And then my producer has a note that there are a lot of comments asking about the microphone theory. Here's what I will say about that. When I looked at image from the side, the microphone is still on him afterwards. So like when you see it from on, it looks like kind of disappears, but then it kind of shifts. When you look at the perspective slightly to the left, you see that it actually stays on him and it's just in the fold. I would imagine if anything did sling into him with that kind of a force, it would fall off. And I can tell you it doesn't fall off. Yeah, I never changed my mind. Maybe we should be looking below. Charlie was shot from the back. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front. Charlie may have been killed by a rigged explosive device that was on him.
So that breakdown, of course, brought to you by Milk Bar TV, and he is wonderful at this. He's wonderful at working so quickly to go back and find specific moments of Candace saying one thing and then completely contradicting herself over a series of months. Yesterday on her show, she delved into and gave credence to the exploding mic theory, which is a theory that's been going around since really the start of all this, almost, that Charlie's lapel mic exploded, and I guess a piece of paraphernalia from it shot into his neck, and that it actually possibly wasn't a firearm at all. And so she is now running with, oh, it's a possibility, the exploding mic theory, after previously expressly discounting the exploding mic theory. I think she might have even done it another time that's not shown here, because I do remember her being asked about this fairly recently and her discounting that, if I am not mistaken, but previously discounting the exploding mic theory and previously saying 100% certain that Charlie was shot from the front. And when she said that, and she said that with 100% certainty, she claimed that she was breaking that story. Even though we all already knew that Charlie was shot from the front, she claimed that that was a story that she was now breaking, she was now proving, and that was all credit to do to the Candace Owens podcast.
Charlie's neck indeed did stop the bullet without question. Okay. And this is going to dispel a lot of theories that are out there. And I'm telling you this 100%. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front, and the bullet did not exit. And at least a fragment of the bullet was recovered from his neck. And I'm going to tell you exactly where it was recovered from. I have fact-checked this information from multiple sources now. I've actually been sitting on this for a little bit over a week. Right around here. So think about almost in line with your shoulder blade, right in the center. Now, why is that helpful? Because it gives us a bullet trajectory, okay? We went in here where you saw that, and it was stopped, and a fragment was pulled.
She made a great deal of fanfare about saying it that day, because she had previously suggested that possibly he was shot from behind, and what we saw was the exit wound. Possibly there was a trap door underneath him. So we've gone from trap door, shot from behind, to definitely shot from the front, to now maybe his lapel mic exploded. You guys, at this point in time, this is beginning to get worse than COVID, in my opinion, in the sense that during COVID, fairly early on, I and many others were like, what the heck? What the heck's going on? Because it doesn't make sense the way people are behaving. And you can see quite clearly, again, fairly early on, that COVID is not probably going to affect you, that it's mostly impacting the already vulnerable, the elderly, the sick, etc., and that you are probably going to be fine, especially outdoors, especially in the sun. So why we're doing so much, especially in places like Los Angeles, where the sun is shining most of the year, why we're doing so much for so long. Los Angeles had an indoor mask mandate for 2 straight years. I don't know. And I remember being floored and sitting there thinking during COVID, well, I'm not a particularly intelligent individual. There's nothing special about me. I'm special because God created me and I am his child, but there's nothing particularly genius level about me. And yet I can see what is happening here. Why can't more people see it? Certainly a lot of people saw it, but why can't more people see it? Why are so many people so intent on the masks, on the lockdowns, on the COVID shot, on everything? And not only just intent on having that for themselves, but forcing it on other people, when it was clear early on that, again, that wasn't doing a whole lot to help. In fact, it might have been hurting. This is beginning to get worse than that, where it is so abundantly clear. The truth is so painfully obvious that I'm just sitting here floored that more people can't see the truth, that more people can't see what is happening here, that this is just a podcast that is desperate for content, that's desperate for clicks. It's not an investigation. And it's not even worse than that. Not only is it not an investigation, it's not even high level, highbrow, sophisticated, intelligent, worthwhile commentary. It's just slop. It's just slop. For someone who constantly wants to talk about Fed slop, it's just slop. And she is desperate to keep the grift going. And you hear that a lot, that it almost becomes meaningless. But you guys, she's desperate to keep the grift going. These are her recent views. And that might look like a lot to you. It is a lot. It's definitely a successful show. Absolutely. But it is nearly unheard of. It's only been in recent weeks, only within the last month.
Candace, when you got 6 million bots, shouldn't your views at least be trailing around 2 to 3 mil? You can't even get half of the bots to tune in now. Yeah, it's funny. I'm just curious to know how you got 6 million different bots to sub to your channel. But you can't get 2 million views per video every video. This is absolutely insane. This is why, and I tell people this all the time. when it comes to doing content, I consider myself an independent journalist. If you guys check out my channel, I have a myriad of playlists where I talk about a myriad of content and topics. I started out as music reactor and then started diving into this independent journalism, reporting on scams and frauds, and now it's like corruption and Candace Owens and Umar Johnson's and Tiffany Henyards, and we're gonna be doing the Carmelo Anthony body cam footage. I covered this judge that was removed from the bench, a myriad of topics. And there are some who come and watch specific topics, and some who will watch 2 or 3 topics across the board. But I understand that is the audience that I'm blessed to have here. Candace Owens allegedly took in 3 or 4 more million just on Charlie Kirk. So you would think she would have that consistency of viewers on anything regarding Charlie Kirk, right? It doesn't make sense to have 6 million bots. Let's say the last 2 million of them came in within the last 9 months, and you're still not able to crack those 2 million views. So the 2 million people that came in because you lied like hell about Charlie Kirk aren't even watching all your videos now. Candace. Oh, your bots are so dumb. Can't make this up. It's just so ridiculous. I can say some of my videos, like Candace will get me 3,000-4,000 views. Umar might get me about the same. It just depends. I talk about Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer have gotten me more. Who knew? We did the watch party on Laura Loomer and Candace Owens. That video alone got me more than any of my Candace videos. Candace, I could get more views live streaming doing a watch party on Laura Loomer with her ethering you than I can on you putting out any video talking about anybody. You can't make this up. Her bots are bored. They're tired of it. This is what happens when you have cult members. They want you to push out this narrative, and they want you to harper in on it and hone on it. Throw them that red meat. Yeah, let that hate flow out of you, Candace. Let it hate flow. Hate. And that's it. And then when she's kind of like, okay, let's move on to something else, they're like, no, get back to hating on Erica Kirk. Yeah, watch her cry and hate on her and be disgusting. It's sickening. Oh, no. She's crying. That's her cult base. So if she talks about, my trip to Russia, they're like, whatever. They don't care. Because they came in because she's hating on Erica Kirk. Candace, I told you, God has a way of reminding you who's God. And when you sit here and you show the world how evil and soulless you are, and stupid. I mean, how do you not know how to pronounce the word beret? And then you're insulting a Prince song with it. Are you kidding me? He will show you who's God, and he will sit you down properly. Now your own bots aren't even watching you. Because they're sick of this. Candace, are you going to tell us who you think pulled the trigger on the gun? Why does it have to go to some exploding mic theory? You really think that that's going to fly? They don't care. They want you to keep dogging out Erica Kirk because that's what they're there for. They want you to keep hating on Erica Kirk. And you know it makes you look disgusting and demonic and evil and soulless. So, Candace, we know you're willing to do any and everything for money and views and clicks and subs and likes. Because your bots still remind us that you get all these views and clicks and subs and likes and money. They are proving my point, not yours. Because they're so stupid. They are so dumb. They prove my point. Candace only does this for views, clicks, likes, subs, and money. And every time the bots come in and say, well, this is why she has more views than you. Yeah, because that's all she's doing this for. I'm not doing this for views, clicks, likes, and subs. Now, I do want you all to hit that like button and stop playing around with it. Because I want this information to get out to the masses. But Candace just wants you all to hit the like button because she knows it's more money that's generated. She also has sponsors. I do not. So she makes money either way. Plus, she's already a multi-millionaire. This girl can drop $6, $7, $8 million on a house. I wish. But I want to do it the right way. Not by sitting here and degrading someone. Candace lets the enemy use her, the devil use her, to sit here and mock someone while they cry. Or to mock scripture being read. That's not worth that. She had to sell her soul to the devil herself. To sit here and mock God. And still somehow manage to get up and breathe God's air. That's not something I'm willing to do for a view or a like or a sub. And there lies the difference. Candace sold her soul to the devil. And will do any and everything to keep these views coming in. Even if it means being a hell spawn. Candace, you spawn of Satan. You have other people now trying to channel this dead spirit of Charlie Kirk. Go figure. That demonic nonsense. For views. For views. And we're going to call it out. We call out that evil and rebuke it. I mean, are you kidding? Candace, this is what you've done. You got other people sitting here thinking they can channel the dead spirit of Charlie Kirk. So he can't rest in peace. And they're doing this stuff for views to get your attention. As if she's God. Candace watches because she knows I don't care how she feels. And she knows she don't run nothing over here. You sending your dumb bots, girl. I'm gonna embarrass every last one of them. And laugh as I do it. Can't make this up. Child, do aliens have souls? No. Oh, Lord. No. I'm just going to say no. Candace don't have one. So, that's that. Tucker Carlson is a crack out Mickey Mouse. Megyn Kelly is a wannabe. That girl is just trying to be like Candace Owens. It's so pathetic because she's much older. She's too old for that. And the rest of Candace's simps and goons are irrelevant. Like, I don't know. Candace don't have a soul. They don't have a soul. That girl has no soul. She feels nothing. Her fake outrage when someone says, I hope your daughter doesn't grow up to be like you. Candace, if you don't kick rocks and go sit your behind down somewhere. Girl, bye, Felicia. You know that stuff don't work over here? I'm still waiting on my $7,000. Can't make this up. Oh, child. Megyn is afraid of Candace. She is. Megyn Kelly's scared of Candace. That's why she's trying to be like her. Because she figured, it's the best way for me to keep my audience. Let me just start talking about the same thing Candace saying. That's only going to get you but so far. Now the bots are bored of Candace. Go figure. Oh, we're here for it. We're here for it. They're catty ass bots. You have to be able to spell to engage in my chat. So you're going to have to upgrade.
That her episodes have started to sometimes take longer than 24 hours to get to 1 million views. That is unheard of as it pertains to her episodes since September 15th, since she started the Charlie Kirk investigation. That is unheard of. Her episodes reach 1 million views within well before 24 hours. And in fact, at the height of this, which I've told you guys before, she was at 2 million views, 3 million views, 4 million views, 5 million views. And those weren't rare occurrences. Those were regular occurrences, particularly in the 2 to 3 million range. That was just a regular episode for her in this Charlie Kirk investigation. And now that is a rare occurrence for her. More often than not, she is going to top 1 million, but just barely. She almost never tops 2 million anymore. And if you notice, when she goes on a break, on a vacation, when she goes away for a week and then comes back, her first show back gets a lot of views, which is frankly part of why I think she does that so frequently. I mean, we all need breaks, but she takes them pretty frequently. And listen, she's able to do that with her job, with her income, with all of that. So good for her. But I also think there is an awareness that when she goes away and comes back, there's like an anticipation, and then her views kind of surge a bit for that first episode, but then they're back down again recently. The views are going down. The views are still very substantial. It is still a successful show. There are still a lot of people who have not caught on, but the views are going down. And I hope that that gives you heart. And, you know, the last thing that I will say, because it's not worth going into, oh, did the mic explode, all of that, when she previously discounted it, 100% said he was shot from the front. Her mentioning me on her show and saying that she wanted to investigate me should have been a clue to a lot of people that this show had long since jumped the shark, because I am genuinely a nobody. And I don't say that with some type of false humility. I am genuinely a nobody. Nobody knows who I am. I'm very grateful for you guys all being here and watching. I really am. But I'm not a nobody. For the most part, knows who I am, outside of a few YouTube viewers that I'm very grateful for. Certainly, I'm not like a household name or anything like that. I'm not a celebrity. And I would wager that very few people care to know who I am. And yet, here she is kind of like roping me in and saying she wants to investigate me and featuring me on her show for even just 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever, giving airtime to me on her show. And suggesting that there's something suspicious about me or my past, and possibly I'm being paid to do things, and it's related somehow to Charlie Kirk's assassination or the people who assassinated Charlie Kirk. And that's how you know for sure that this is just desperation. Because see, excuse me, I said I'm under the weather yesterday. I still am a little bit. See, she's just churning her wheels. She's spinning her wheels. She's looking for content. And that is why, and this is something I noted even before she mentioned.
Candace, you say you're going to investigate this woman. I dare you. Say that about me. Candace, I double dog dare you say you're going to investigate the Lady Luck Club. See what happens. I dare you, Heifer. That sounds like a threat for doxing. A whole cybercrime. Especially after you have not only doxed for years, including minors. You have also admitted to stalking, which is a felony in the state of Arizona. I triple dog dare you to say you're going to investigate the Lady Luck Club. I'll wait. Let that happen. Let me tell you something, Candace. You threatening to dox somebody, and the FBI is mad as hell at you. They don't even take you seriously. They calling you a lying clown. Candace, you're a clown. And a liar. And demonic. And evil. And soulless. And an alien. George said you're crazy. So we'll go with that. You y'all see the thumbnail? You got multiple personalities. He feels like he's married to multiple women at the same time. He doesn't even know which one he's going to get day by day. Candace, I will run that bit every single day of your own lavender husband calling you crazy. Every time. It will be a part of my intro. Do you understand me? Of George Farmer saying, I don't know who she is. Know what to expect. It's like being married to multiple women. Look. Lord, help me with this crazy lady that I'm married to. Candace, that would be a part of my intro. Your own husband calling you crazy. I triple dog dare you to say you're going to investigate the Lady Luck Club. Because you're trying to intimidate somebody. That's all she's doing. She's trying to intimidate somebody saying that she's going to investigate them. You don't know how to read. Somebody investigate. How do you pronounce the word B-E-R-E-T again? This is the same moron that cannot pronounce the word architecture. Or, onomatopoeia. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. She can't master those words at all. Her brain would break. Whatever's in her skull. Whatever she uses to think. Her feet. I don't know. Candace got feet for brains. Can't make this up. You think you're going to investigate? Well, how about you spell and define that word? Let's see how much you know about investigate. Because you can't say beret. Are you kidding me? Natalie, you don't have to take this heifer seriously. And if she tries, sue her. I can guarantee you, Brian Harpool's attorney would love to help you establish your lawsuit against her for all that cybercrime. You try to investigate private citizens like you're a federal government employee. Candace, I would have you reported to the FBI for impersonating federal investigators. How are you going to investigate a private citizen? You understand that's a threat to dox someone? It's the epitome of a cybercrime. Using what software program? Because you don't investigate anything. You barely read. Candace, what's 4 times 3? Candace, I triple dog dare you, and I'm not playing. You out here trying to scare somebody. Girl, knuck if you buck. Candace, knuck if you buck. She who is dodging court on her own motion to dismiss in the Macron lawsuit. Knuck if you buck. You got time to try to investigate a random citizen, a private citizen who has the right to her opinion and to express such on the internet. But you can't take your dumb behind to court on your motion to dismiss in the Macron lawsuit where you told your court members and your dumb bots that you cannot wait to get to the discovery phase. And here we are with the 3rd rescheduling of that hearing. Now it's July 27th. It was supposed to have been Monday. So she has rescheduled it for the 3rd time in 3 months. Yeah, because it was supposed to be April, then June, and now July. So in 3 months, she has rescheduled this one hearing on one motion. And you have the audacity to say you're going to sit here and investigate a private citizen because she gave her opinion and exercised her First Amendment rights and you didn't like it. Candace, you out of your mind. I wish you would say that about me, girl. Y'all, when I tell you right now, Candace, I will go ham in on you. You understand me? Whatever you think you have left of a soul, I will ether that. And my research game is strong up in here. Me and the Luxes know how to research now. Don't play around with it. Oh, we give ourselves a pat on the back for real. Hey, man, how you doing, honey? Diane, did I say something to you? How you doing? To all those that are tuning in. Amy, how you doing? Oh, we got supers. Thank you so much, Amy Slate, for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much, dear heart. I appreciate the support. And there is Mira K's YouTube channel, you all. Make sure you go and check out Mira K. Show her your love and support. Milk Bar TV, as always. We love her. And we have Natalie Beesner, I want to say. Hopefully I'm saying that right. If not, Natalie, my apologies to you. But make sure you guys go show her some support over there. Don't worry, Natalie. She's not child. She thinks that threat somehow is not going to come back with some repercussions. No, Candace. Natalie could report you to the FBI. And the FBI would love to get a complaint about you committing cyber crimes and doxing and cyber harassing people who are private citizens. Candace, you are the public figure. Natalie is not. And you making this threat against someone when you won't even go to court against the Macrons? Girl, if you don't kick rocks, Natalie, she ain't gonna do that. She a clown. Can't make this up. Thank you again for another $4.99 super sticker. Amy, how you doing? Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Look at God. What are you doing? God is so good. I appreciate the financial support, you all. It does go back to the channel, goes towards the StreamYard and the Xfinity. This internet. But it does go towards that. And of course, you know, you need power. So, light bill. Yeah, that was about it. 3 major things. So thank you so much for the support. Oh my God. Hey, Patrina, how you doing? I just want to make sure I'm getting as many people in as I can. Yeah, she's a whole clown. Don't worry, Natalie. We got your back, honey. You ain't got to worry about it. Candace, I dare you. I triple dog dare you. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. When I say my complaint against you to the feds will be unbelievable. And your cohorts. All them going down. Them little mommy slews think they hide us or what? Now we uncovering them IP addresses. Keep on playing around, girl. You're going to catch the right one on the right day, Candace.
To me, that's why the circle of possible suspects gets wider and wider. You know, we have Victor Marks, we have Phil Lyman, a random Utah politician that was, no offense, no one had ever heard of. He was back from the beginning. We have the Mormons, we have the men in the maroon shirts, we have everybody. Because the circle of suspects or people who are related to this in some way has to get wider and wider so that you always have something new to say. Because you can't actually prove any of your claims. You can't prove anything. And so you have to constantly expand the possibilities of who was involved and what might have happened to Charlie Kirk, because you always need to keep something new and you always need to keep your viewers coming back. And you need to keep them distracted from the fact that you haven't proven anything. And that's why randoms are being pulled into it as well. Even though in a sane world, nobody cares to know anything about me because they already don't know who I am and they don't care. So you guys, it's just so obvious. It's so obvious at this point. It is so obvious at this point. And I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, it's an investigation and new things are found and you pivot and that kind of thing. You're flexible in an investigation. The issue with that is that Candace never goes back and explains why she's contradicting today something that she said a few weeks or months ago. She acts like she never said it. So it's not an issue of, oh, I just found new information and so I'm course correcting from previous things I said. It's as if she never even said those things and she's just veering off in a new direction, pretending like she never said things she actually said. Anyways, I know I'm preaching to the choir with this, but I just hopefully that offers you a little bit of a laugh today and a little bit of hope as well. I do think people are catching on. Even if they're not catching on to the evil surrounding this and the immorality, even if it's not like sitting heavy on their heart, which would be ideal for people to realize the evil that is surrounding this, the way that she's behaving is not Christian. That would be the ideal. But I think even just secularly speaking, a lot of people are growing tired, even if they don't necessarily take an issue with her methods or her attitude or her words, the things she says. They're just growing tired. We're getting on to 10 months in. Nothing has been proven at all. And we just keep, again, expanding the list of suspects. We expand the cast of characters. We expand the possibilities of what might have happened to Charlie Kirk. And we go from one thread to the next. We never actually see a thread all the way through. We never finish the thread. We never disprove anything. We never prove anything. It's just gobbledygook. It's just slop. It really is. It's just fan fiction. It is, like I said, a thinly veiled bullying campaign. And even if that is not weighing heavy on the hearts of some of her viewers, I think a lot of people are just tuning out because how long can this go on? How long can you really tune into this and genuinely believe that she's on to something when nothing ever gets actually settled or proven at all? And so I think a lot of people are just, logically speaking, even divorced from morality, getting wise to that. So I hope that that gives you guys some hope today. And thank you guys so much for watching. Actually, you know what? It's hours later and I haven't had a chance to upload the original video yet. So I realized I have some things that I want to add since I haven't had a chance to upload it yet. So number one, I've already said this before, but again, it bears repeating because nobody can really answer these questions. If Candace were truly on to something, and obviously she believes, she has posited, even though she has not told us how this all actually worked, how all of these players worked together to assassinate Charlie Kirk or why. But she has posited that our government, our military, and the governments of other very high-profile countries in the world, including namely Israel and France, that they were all involved in assassinating Charlie Kirk. And so if it were true, if that were true, and Candace were actually on to something here, and she were about to prove something, if she were really getting closer to the truth, how and why would she possibly still be safe? And now, please hear me. And this is one thing that bothers me, because every single time that I have posited this question, I have made it abundantly clear that I want for Candace to be safe and her family. And Candace accused me of threatening her family and wishing harm on her family, which I did not do. I have always said, I am glad that she and her family are safe. I am simply asking you if—
Candace, ain't nobody threatening you. All she said was, didn't she say she just wanted her daughter, she didn't want her daughter to grow up and be like her mother? Candace, she has the right to say it. It's free speech. You don't have to like it. That's not a threat. She did not threaten to do bodily harm or injury upon you or your child. And you know it. And here's the thing. If Candace felt like someone was truly threatening her, wouldn't she report that to the feds? To the local authorities? Why would you just put that out there on social media, Candace? I'll wait, you little dummy girl. If someone truly threatened your child, that is a matter for local enforcement to handle. The law. I'm sure the FBI would have reached out to Natalie and said, that's an actual threat you sent out. It wasn't. Funny how Candace never reports these things to the proper agencies or authorities. But yet she said that she has direct sources and contacts living in Erica Kirk's building, giving her information. Got eyes and ears everywhere. Where you go, you're being watched. So you admit to stalking someone, Candace, which is a real crime, a felony. But yet someone's saying they hope your daughter doesn't grow up to be like the bee you are. Somehow that's a threat. Where's the threat? This is the same person that refuses to go to court for one hearing on a motion to dismiss an entire lawsuit and to strike the First Amendment complaint from the Macrones. But she wants subpoena power and to get to the discovery phase. More words she can't define. Candace, spell the word discovery. We're still waiting for you to spell evidence. She's sitting here thinking people are supposed to just take us serious because she said, that's a threat. Define the word threat. Because it's not the way the courts define it. Candace, threat in your world is not defined to be the same here on earth. In our reality, in the United States of America, in accordance with the law. She did not threaten for you or your child to receive or to deliver any bodily injury or harm at all. We all don't want your little girl to grow up and be like you. We want her to be better than you. And Candace, as a mother, you should want the same thing. You should want your kids to grow up to be better than you and their father. Your lavender husband. Yeah, they should be 1,000 times better than that. But you should want that. You should want your kids to be just like you. You should want them to be better than you. What's the matter with you? Candace, you suck. You took them to a war zone. So, if you're willing to do that, of course, you don't have their best interests at heart.
If what you are saying is correct, if she is truly onto something, then why is she still totally okay? And not just totally okay. She's monetized everywhere. She's platformed everywhere. She's pushed out everywhere. She has millions of followers everywhere. She's not censored. And then you all want to tell me that Jews control not only the media, but a lot of these social media platforms. And yet she's everywhere. She has literally no problem getting her message out there. And that's fine. Like, I'm not calling to censor her. I'm just asking logically, tell me how this is all working, because I don't actually believe that if she were truly onto something, our government would just sit by and let it happen. And then the answer that I always get, the only answer I ever get is, oh, well, it would be too obvious now if the government did something. That makes no sense, because y'all are claiming that the government assassinated Charlie Kirk and that it was obvious, that it's abundantly obvious. They didn't just orchestrate a plane crash in the desert. They didn't poison him and make it look like an illness. No, they straight up assassinated him in broad daylight in front of 3,000 live audience members, and then also live streamed all over to the world. Not live streamed, I guess, but clipped and then posted, and the entire world almost has seen it now. So that's pretty bold, right? That takes some chutzpah, we'll call it, for lack of a better word. So clearly they don't care about doing something out in the open and being obvious. In fact, y'all claim that it's obvious that Charlie was not assassinated by Tyler Robinson, by a lone gunman. So now they care about not being too obvious, but they didn't back in September. They were totally cool with just making a show of it and being really obvious. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, just like it doesn't make sense that if Tyler Robinson were a government patsy, that they wouldn't give us an airtight story. Y'all claim that the 30-06 is just so unbelievable, and I am not a ballistics expert, so I kind of defer on that topic, but I have heard other people like Paramount Tactical, Gary at Paramount Tactical, people who are more well-versed in this than I am, explain that it's actually not impossible for a 30-06 to have been the weapon that was used, or the ammo that was used to assassinate Charlie Kirk, that type of damage or lack of damage in terms of physical damage, that is not completely unheard of. Now, again, I defer on that because I am not a ballistics expert. I am simply asking why the government, if he were a government patsy, why wouldn't they give us an airtight narrative, including but not limited to the right type of ammo? Why would Tyler Robinson still be alive? Because honestly, if y'all are sitting here telling me that he is a patsy, it would be way more convenient for the government if he were in fact not still around. Either that day he was taken out, or the day he was caught, rather, or at some point since then, right? A Jeffrey Epstein type of thing, I don't know. I'm just asking the questions here, and these are the questions. Y'all say question everything, but these...
Yeah, it's a real question. Why not take him out? I mean, he would be of no further use to the government, right? You know how you tie up loose ends? So if it's something that the government is orchestrating, they will tie up loose ends, because we all know that happens. That's a real thing. They would tie up loose ends. If they don't necessarily take him right out, then they'll make sure he disappear, change his name, all that good stuff. Either they would hide him even more and protect him, or they'll just tie up loose ends and take him out. Then it's that simple. Candace can't answer any of that crap because she doesn't care. Because she's making it all up. And she knows it's not real. And yet you want to sit here and to try to investigate this woman, Candace. Well, why? Why? Well, at the end of the day, and for what to happen? What, you trying to get somebody to pull up at her house or something? You want somebody to do something to her? Candace, I told you I wish to hear you would. I dare you. I dare you say you investigating the Lady Luck Club.
These are the questions that you can't seem to answer. And I think one of the most compelling ones is really just the government is sitting back and letting this happen, letting her get closer to the truth of exposing them. I don't believe it. And the last thing that I want to say in this video is, you know, Candace Owens is a big fan of Thomas Sowell. And there is a quote from him. I'm going to put it up on the screen because I don't want to butcher it, that I love and that I stumbled upon when I first left the left. And this, I loved it so much because it expressed the reason why I left the left, the absolute refusal of people on the left, people that up until that point had been my cohorts, my like-minded individuals, their refusal to acknowledge that I might have any honest reason to disagree with them. At that point, it was pertaining to the response to COVID, but it's since grown into many other things. They refused to acknowledge that I might have an honest reason for disagreeing with them. No. It had to be that I was racist. It had to be that I wanted to end the life of someone's grandma. It had to be that I was selfish. And I've told that story before. And in fact, I think every time I tell the story, I quote that or paraphrase that Thomas Sowell quote. And Candace has said that she wants to meet him, that it's her dream to interview him. And I can't help but think that Thomas Sowell, I cannot speak for him, but that he would be disappointed in Candace now, not only because she references race so much, when heretofore she did not, and she completely disavowed all of the racial politics and the identity politics, but also because she is committing that cardinal sin of refusing to acknowledge that people might have an honest reason for disagreeing with her. So because I disagree with her, I'm a Zionist. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being a Zionist, okay? I just have never called myself a Zionist. I think people have a lot of different definitions of what a Zionist is nowadays. The woke right, or whatever you want to call it, have attempted to manipulate the definition of Zionist to be something other than just believing that Jewish people have a right to a homeland. They've attempted to manipulate it to mean that you believe in like Jewish supremacy or something like that. So a lot of times when we use that word, I now unfortunately think we are talking past each other, just like with racist and white supremacist. It's muddied the conversation, and it's a largely fruitless conversation because people are using different definitions for the same word, but that's for another video. I have never called myself a Zionist. In fact, I've explicitly said and taken a lot of heat for it that I'm not pro-Israel. Perhaps I should be as a Christian, and I oftentimes question, like, what does it actually mean to be pro-Israel? Is it just, putting up an Israeli flag or saying I'm pro-Israel and like doing nothing else? Like, what does it mean to be pro-Israel? Is it the same as blessing Israel? What does it mean to bless Israel? And I struggle with these questions, but point being, for the sake of this video, I have never been pro-Israel or called myself pro-Israel, never called myself a Zionist. I'm certainly not paid by Israel. I'm not funded by anyone. I'm just a random nobody with opinions on the internet who started talking one day and then never stopped talking, for better or worse. But see, because I disagree with her, and I'm not the only one that she's done this to, I am now an Israeli agent. I am now someone who is paid to disagree with her, or who has an ulterior motive to disagree with her, as opposed to just disagreeing with her on the Charlie Kirk stuff and the way that she is going about this pseudo investigation. And she's doing what Thomas Sowell warned against. And I think that that's really unfortunate. This idea that someone cannot genuinely disagree with you, that it has to be because they are paid or because they are racist or because they are a grifter in some way. There's so many different ways that we try to rob our opponents of the ability to genuinely disagree with us in good faith. And that's what she's doing here. Anyways, I just wanted to add all that. I've made the video so much longer now, but I thought, why not? But thank you guys so much for watching. God bless you always. And I'll talk to you again very, very soon. Bye-bye.
For years, you watch Candace Owens target.
Oh, man. So, y'all know, I've seen this video. Nemo did a great job on this. She kept it down to like 20, 23 minutes or so. But she goes in a little bit on George Farmer and his father. Because, George Farmer is a mystery to a lot of people. And because he chooses to kind of stay quiet and out the spotlight, he's not all over social media. Makes him a bit of a mystery as to why he won't tell his wife, stop going after Erica Kirk. It's almost like George doesn't care. George, you gonna come out the closet or what? Now, I know the last time we tried to watch Nemo, it was a bit long. So she did shorten it down some. And I actually enjoyed this video. I have seen it, and I enjoyed this video. She goes into George Farmer's father's background and information, his connections and ties. And I'm telling you, this is so good. And it probably will help a lot of people understand why George is just as evil and demonic as Candace. I said it. George, just because you're quiet doesn't mean you're not evil. You're just quietly evil. That's it. He's just not all over social media. Doesn't mean he's not the same as her. To be honest, I think he's worse. It's the ones that are quiet you always got to watch out for. So let's get into this, y'all. Hit the phone when you can hear. Let's go.
Get the global elite, international bankers, and the hidden structures of international institutional power.
The Epstein class.
But there is one global power structure she almost never talks about.
One, that your father is a Rothschild, that I'm a Rothschild, it's amazing, or I'm married into the Rothschild family.
Uncle
Let's just
Jacob.
roll with that.
Uncle
Let's just
Jacob.
roll with that.
Her own family.
I present to you Honorable George and Candace Farmer.
Today, in part 3, we are looking at the part of the farmer fortune that Michael Farmer and the family tried to completely keep out of the headlines. The shadow empire hidden just beneath the surface of Candace Owens' billionaire in-laws. You see, when you search the web for the Farmer family wealth, mainstream outlets routinely throw out a safe, comfortable number, 150 million pounds, which is roughly 190 million US dollars. It's a massive sum, don't get me wrong, but in the high-stakes wall of global hedge funds and international commodities, that number doesn't even get you past the front gate. Think about it. If your entire life's net worth is 150 million pounds, you don't cut non-refundable personal checks for 6 million pounds just to fund a political party. And you certainly don't launch an $850 million lawsuit against a global titan like Barclays Bank for allegedly rigging the copper markets against you. You only play at such coordinates when your actual liquidity is just the visible tip of a much larger institutional iceberg. But for decades, this family operated perfectly in the dark. No flashing lights, no public drama, just pure quiet capital control over the raw metals that power our civilization. Until Candace Owens married in and brought an army of millions of anti-establishment followers straight to the doorsteps. And who was heading the mission? Her darling husband, the only son of this dynasty. Tonight, in part 3, we are moving past the public family feud to do what no other media outlet has done, a forensic asset-by-asset breakdown of the true farmer fortune, from the multi-billion-dollar mining networks of the Rekite Empire to George Farmer's hidden plays, hidden international media infrastructure. We are following the money they tried to scrap. The vault is officially open. Do not blink or you will miss billions passing by. The legend of Mr. Copper. To understand the fortune, you have to understand how Mr. Copper built it. He didn't inherit wealth. He was born into chaotic poverty in Kent, but by the late 1980s, he rose to head the global base metal trading division at Fibro Solomon Brothers, the legendary powerhouse of Wall Street. In 2005, he co-founded the Rekite Group. This isn't just any hedge fund. Rekite focused on mine finance and future investments. They became the apex predators of the copper market. Think about what copper is. It's not a speculative tech shock. It is the literal plumbing of global civilization, pipes, electronic grids, electric vehicle batteries, and military hardware. When you control copper, you control a piece of the global geopolitics, which earned Michael Farmer his defining moniker, Mr. Copper.
One, that your father is a Rothschild.
Uncle
Let's just
Jacob.
roll with
Tracing the real family net worth. But let's look at the actual receipts. To find the true scale of the fortune back in Candace Owens' lifestyle, we have to look past personal bank accounts and track the family institutional footprints, private equity plays, and asset controls. Take, for example, the Red Kite Management managed over $2.5 to $3.5 billion in commodity assets at its peak. It works in the London Metal Exchange and Financial Times filings. Then let's look at their personal
Candy, you got all this money at your disposal and you can't send me $7,000, you selfish heifer. Unbelievable. Y'all, did y'all hear that? Candace got all this money coming in. I don't care if it's in pounds or US dollars. I heard billion. Look at this bling bling. Candace, you selfish heifer. You got your bots coming over here talking about, where's the $7,000? I don't know. You tell me. Candace got all the money. You can't make this up.
private equity plays, and asset controls. Take, for example, the Red Kite Management managed over $2.5 to $3.5 billion in commodity assets at its peak. It works in the London Metal Exchange and Financial Times filings. Then let's look at their personal liquidity. Estimated minimum is between £150 million, which is approximately $190 million, which is just liquid or personal wealth. These are very well documented. Then when we look at the farmer family assets, we see that they don't end only in Red Kite Management or personal liquidity. They also dive into media operations, e.g. JB News. Market valuation estimated JB News to be worth at least £100 million. George Farmer maintains a key board seat, even though some of you keep talking under my comment section that he's no longer a member of the JB News board. He is still a member. Please, if you have any other thing that shows otherwise, show me your evidence. Don't just talk in the comment section from your head. Then when we look at the Farmer legacy, it's not just copper, it's not just media or liquidity. They have a leverage of at least £6.3 million, which is approximately $8 million.
Oh my God, Candace. Oh, she plays her audience like a bunch of fools, don't she? Candace, why are you asking people to buy your dumb merch to help you pay your attorney's fees? Susie Q, you nailed it. Candace is out here asking people to pay her attorney's fees by purchasing her t-shirts and her stupid cups and hats. This girl can afford all the attorneys, all of them. You can't make this up. Oh my God, Candace. And the code members keep giving her their rent money. They send her money all the time. They keep doing it. Candace, you greedy heifer. It's the greed for me. It's the greed. You know, greed is a cardinal sin, Candace. One of the 7 deadly ones. Greed. That love of money in you is like that root of evil. It's deep down within that yeasty infection. You can't make this up. Candace, all this money your father-in-law has? Oh my God. And you sitting here got your people buying merch to help you pay for your attorney's fees? The 2 to 3 billion pounds was good for me. I mean, that's, man. Whoa. That's still $1 billion US, isn't it? They got money galore. And people like, you know, the bots and the cult members, they always just flat out deny something just for the sake of it. They're like 2-year-olds. You know, you did this. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. That's how they are. They stupid. They never present evidence. They just gonna debunk it because reasons. Is what they do. Oh, that's not true. Yes, it is true. Here's the evidence. No, that's not true. He's not on the board anymore. But they won't show you the actual evidence showing that he's no longer on the board. That's how stupid they are. They disagree for the sake of disagreeing. They don't have a point to prove. Oh my God. Me too, Alita. I've heard that too. How you doing? Yeah, who hasn't heard that her in-laws can't stand her? I know her mother has to. Oh, I know his mother can't stand her. I know his mother can't stand her. They come in, they either just try to insult like this because they can't read, or, you know, ask their cult leader to pronounce the word BERET because they're dumb. And yet they're giving all their hard-earned money to a multi-millionaire. Candace never has to worry about paying mortgage. You know why? Because she can just drop $7-8 million on a house. You think she's paying car payments? No, George bought her a car. Paid for it. And she's stupid if she is paying a car payment. They don't have to worry about that. And all she has to do is open her mouth and lie, and then her dumb cult members and bots listen to her mispronounce words for 54 minutes at a time. And then they want to call everybody else an idiot when they're not smart enough to spell her name correctly. Is it still Candace or what? Are the bots still spelling her name Candice? Because that's how they spell it over here. Because Candace is an idiot. Candace, your bots are so stupid. Is it my fault, Kai, that you have given her your rent money when she's a multi-millionaire? But yet, I'm supposed to take the idea of someone giving me $7,000 as an insult. I do not. While Candace is asking TPUSA to put her on their payroll. You care to explain that, Kai? Can you explain why your dumb cult leader wants to be on the payroll for TPUSA? Why does she feel these people owe her money? I thought she didn't want their money. You know, because she can't handle, the Jewish donors and all. She wants to be on TPUSA's payroll. She said out of her own mouth. You can't explain why? She sees TPUSA as a sworn enemy because she's overly jealous and envious of Erica Kirk. And yes, she wants Erica Kirk to pay her a monthly retainer. For what? When your in-laws have all this money and wealth. That's greed. It's greed. And she's still demonic. Candace Owens is demonic and evil and soulless and an alien. I can keep going, Kai. You want to ask her why she keeps rescheduling that hearing? I thought she wanted discovery. Sounds like she's trying to get rid of the lawsuit to me. Not get to this discovery phase. Because she thinks she has subpoena power. Oh, I can go on for days. Why is this girl making people buy her merch when she's got all this access to money? You can't make this up. Oh, you can't make this up. Thank you, Judy. Well, this is something else. And if she needs help with attorney fees at this point, is he going to tell her no? I'm curious. You all think the in-laws would give Candace like $50 million to help her pay her lawsuit off? Or would they tell her no? What y'all think? Hit the 4 if you think they're going to say no. Hit the 3 if you think they'll say yes. Because I'm curious. If you all think that if Candace ever needed $50 million and she asked her in-laws, hit the 3 if you believe they would give her the money. Hit the 4 if they would tell her no. I'm just trying to gauge the audience. Because I don't think they would give her the money. I think they would let her learn that lesson the hard way. Well, just mysterious things happen. Angie said, yeah. Trina said, nope. I always see more 4s up in here. I think if let's say George says, hey, let me call my parents. I'll see what they say. And then he calls them. He's like, Mom, Dad. So Candace, she lost. And now she's ordered to pay $50 million. Can you send the money? And they're like, why? They're like, why? And it's kind of like he has to explain to them why she stalled, rescheduled the hearing, filed the motion to dismiss. Like he would probably have to do a whole breakdown of that case. Just so they can say, we'll think about it. Giving her the money she needs for her settlement so they can still continue to go out and crash trucks. George, you totaled a truck that was $150,000. That was a waste of money. You could have sent me that $150,000, George. Man, what it would be like to get $150,000. I will take it. I will. I sure will. I'll put half of that down on a house. Other half I'll use to get a vehicle. Take my children out of town. Have a good vacation. Can't make this up. He totaled a truck valued at $150,000. they'll probably say, and then here's why I think they'll say no, because of all of that, because she won't stop making defamatory statement. He's over here crashing and totaling trucks that are valued in 6 figures. And he's not telling her, go sit down somewhere and make me a sandwich. Why do you keep putting yourself in a situation to get sued? And George, think about this. I said this the last time we was going live. Not last night, but the night before. George is not being named as co-defendant in these lawsuits. So somehow he manages to not get sued. Georgetown Inc. is the LLC to which her website is registered on. But George Farmer himself still manages to not be named in a lawsuit. So I think if it came down to it and she lost, because she will lose, and they say, hey, you got to pay $50 million. And George asks his parents, I think they would say no. Because they'll say she had every opportunity to just leave Erica Kirk alone. Or to leave Brigitte Macron alone. Or to rethink her option when she brought Mitch Snow on her show and he lied, and that led to a Brian Harper lawsuit. And now Mitch Snow is dodging service from the U.S. Marshals and doesn't want to go to court. So she's had all these chances to leave this stuff alone and to not be put in a position to get sued. And we haven't seen the lawsuit dropped from Erica Kirk or TPUSA yet. And now that she's losing, she wants her in-laws to give her the money for it. I think they would tell her no. I think they would tell her, now you're going to have to get you a job. I think they would tell her no. It's like, now you're going to have to get you a regular job, girl. You got to go work that off. Tell them you need some payment installments. You can't make this up. Like that's just my theory. I don't think they would give her the money. I think George will have to find a clever way to get it. If he does get the money, it would have to be, done through some other scam or something. But coming from the parents now, because then they're not gonna just throw money away like that. They will see that as a waste. $50 million. You've been ordered to pay this in a judgment, and you want us to just give it to you. How are you're never gonna give us that money back? You're not smart enough to keep up a business to earn it. Parler Inc. was ran in the ground. Blexit ran in the ground. So neither one of those clowns know how to manage a business to generate $50 million either. That's the problem. Candace ran Blexit in the ground by $1.72 million. They were in the red when TPUSA acquired them. George still can't explain what happened with Parler. So both of these thunkheads have managed to run 2 different businesses in the ground. That should have been easy for them if they were business savvy. But they couldn't pull it off because they weren't trying. They didn't care. I think Candace saw Blexit as a money grab. It only lasted 2 or 3 fiscal years. We went over the tax filings for it. Now you got the same person who is not business savvy, who can't explain why she paying up $550,000 to security detail, getting sued and losing, and the judgment is $50-60 million. How would they ever give George's in-laws, George's parents, that money back? They wouldn't. Candace would not be. She would have. You know how hard she would have to lie to generate $50-60 million in revenue from YouTube and her sponsors and all this nonsense she's been doing for 8 months. It's like she would have to have a repeat of that and hope that everybody tunes in again. Otherwise, they would never be able to pay that money back. Now, if it were George, it'd be different. But see, George is not being named. Candace is. So I think his parents would be like, no, you tell your wife, listen, she's going to have to learn how to shut up. George, We thought we told you not to marry her. You could have listened. Now you're hard-headed. And you want us to give you funds for the judgments. It's not our fault. You're going to have to get creative. You come up with the money on your own. You're on your own, George. We told you not to marry her. You did anyway. It's your fault. We want. They tell her no. They would tell her no. She did this. Candace, this is all your fault. Even your in-laws are going to leave you hanging. And they have billions. Oh my God.
Giving away impure, non-recoverable political donations. And when you look at such leverage, it is not just for any average Joe. Look at that table closely. I'm putting it on the screen. If your entire net worth is 150 million, you do not give away nearly 5% of your total life worth, over 6 million pounds, in pure political donations to a single political party. You only write these kinds of checks when your liquid wealth is just the surface of a massive institutional reservoir. Then you look at the corporate control. Lord Farmer doesn't just own land. His title is quite literally the Lord Farmer of Bishopsgate in the City of London. George Farmer has consistently operated as the high-end corporate builder, founding firms like Red Kite and Wilton Strategies, a major global market research firm, and serving as a director for various private equity vehicles. When George took over as CEO of Parler Technologies, the parent company of Parler, he was steering an ecosystem that was well capitalized enough to enter acquisition talks with billionaire artists like Kanye West, or billionaire artists like he was then.
I hope you get it together. I hope you do too. Oh, girl.
So what is the true valuation? When you combine Lord Farmer's commodities legacies, the family private equity investment, real estate portfolios, ownership stakes across British media infrastructure, the Farmer family doesn't just hold millions. They command billion-dollar leverage. They control the raw metals that power global grids, the platform that broadcasts the news, and the politicians who make the news. Hear this again. They control the raw metals that power global grids, the platforms that broadcast the news, the politicians who make the laws. And that is exactly why the quiet billionaires in London are panicking. Because when Candace Owens goes live to millions of followers tearing down elite institutions, she is playing with fire inside the very house that brought her family safety, which is why you see Lord Farmer once in a while come out to defend the family legacy.
I am a rock, I am an island. Don't go near people, they hurt you.
But don't mistake massive leverage for total invincibility, because the part of the story that the family once scrubbed from the internet is the time the empire almost completely bled out twice. But anyway, Lord Michael Farmer has been very, very transparent about this. Those who watched the part 1 of this video saw the part when he told us about the millions, getting to 850 million he lost in just a couple of hours. Lord Farmer's funds faced catastrophic, near-fatal hits that totaling nearly $1 billion in losses and damages. The first blow landed in 2007, fresh off a legendary 2006 where Red Kite pulled in an astronomical 180% return. Farmer believed the commodity super cycle was unstoppable. He bet heavy on continued industrial price hikes. He was wrong. Aluminium created 14%, copper stagnated, and in just 11 brutal months, Red Kite's flagship fund evaporated 50% of its value, triggering a wave of panic investor redemptions. Rumors swirled across the London Metal Exchange that Farmer was being forced to liquidate physical metal just to keep the lights on. But that was nothing compared to the shadow war of 2010 to 2013, a disaster that cost his firm an estimated $850 million in lost asset values, fees, and damages. For years, mainstream media blamed the losses on simple market volatility. But in late 2016, a massive explosive lawsuit filed by the Red Kite in the UK High Court ripped the lid off what was actually happening. Michael Farmer didn't just lose the money. He claimed it was stolen from him by one of the largest banking institutions in the world, Barclays PLC. The 2016 High Court accusation, Red Kite legal filings exposed that Barclays allegedly used its dual role as the fund's prime broker to look directly at Farmer's confidential trading position. According to the court documents, Barclays' internal traders knew Red Kite was the only massive player in the market. They allegedly shared Red Kite's secret data in daily internal emails, intentionally placing opposing trades to ram prices on the London Metal Exchange just before the closing bell. They effectively trapped Mr. Copper inside his own position, forcing him to close out trades that bled his fund dry and lined Barclays' pockets. Barclays fiercely denied the market manipulation, but after a brutal multi-year legal knife fight, the bank quietly settled out of court with Red Kite for a confidential sum in 2019. I don't want to guess. So imagine that he went into this lawsuit claiming $850 million. That's almost $1 billion. So imagine how much the settlement could be. Let me know in the comment section. What do you estimate the settlement would have been that Barclay would have given Red Kite, or let's say Lord Michael Farmer, for him to calm down after this lawsuit? This is vulnerability the family cannot allow the public to see. But Lord Michael Farmer has expressed how much this particular moment truly taught him vital lessons of humility. And he said it was $850 million humility. But this is the thing people only concentrate on, that he lost $850 million. They don't look at the site where Barclay settled with him out of court. I wonder how much that sum is. You see, very important. Because when we did the part one, he sounded as if he lost $850 million, had to settle and refund most of his investors out of his pocket, and there was nothing for him. But when you now look at the fact that he had a lawsuit which he filed against Barclay, he got a settlement out of court, you realize that the man is not only a fighter in the copper ring, he is also a fighter in the court of law. They aren't just fighting off political critics online. They operate in cutthroat, apex predatory ecosystem where a single leak or a high-profile family distraction can be weaponized by rivaling billionaires to wipe $1 billion off their ledger overnight. And that is very, very crucial.
I started work at £8 a week.
Now, let's look at something very important here. I call this the Wikipedia metrics, because if you look at this period, the time when Lord Michael Farmer was going through all of this vulnerable crisis where he lost hundreds of millions, if you went to Wikipedia and checked the rich list in 2012, 2013, and 2014, his net worth didn't drop a single cent on Wikipedia. It sat at the same comfortable 100 million. And that has been the same amount right up to today. To the public, he was getting peerages from the Queen and funding prime ministers. The financial metrics worked exactly as intended. The public saw a billionaire family operating at the peak of their powers, completely unaware that behind closed doors, a shadow war with Barclays was actively draining nearly $1 billion in assets leveraged out of the Red Kite empire. And the fortune they show the war on Wikipedia is just a carefully managed cover story to keep the market from realizing when the sharks are actually bleeding. And also, when they gained whatever amount of undisclosed settlement they got from Barclays, their same set net worth on Wikipedia did not change, because on Wikipedia it stayed the same. You could imagine these people have the same net worth since 1942 right up to today. But that's not how wealthy people operate. You know, that amount is there just to keep them on the cover, just to keep them like some kind of leverage. Meanwhile, the real wealth, the real estimations, we can never fathom. All we are getting here are estimations using what we publicly know as companies they operate and their alleged public worth. But the truth is, there are so many businesses these individuals hide. While researching on the Farmer dynasty, I realized they also had so many charity organizations. I couldn't pinpoint their names and what they actually do, but most of it just stated that they operate in Africa to provide water to communities with no water. So yes, kudos. Not everyone who wants to do their charity wants to be noticed. And also it's the same thing with their businesses. The only businesses we will know that belong to the Farmer family are the ones they want us to know. For example, we remember those of you who are part of those who follow the George Farmer breakdowns. When I was looking into the man's wealth, most people only remember him as he worked as the ex-CEO of Parler. And many people were thinking that Candace Owens was working out and funding his lifestyle. He was like a stay-home daddy. But this man is a goddamn billionaire. He is a goddamn billionaire. He does not only run their family fund or is...
Yeah, oh, she mean that. He's a billionaire. He is a billionaire. And Candace is still swindling people out of money to help her pay attorney's fees. Buy my t-shirts and hats and cups. You know, because I'm using the CIA logo and I didn't ask them for anything. That'll help me so much pay for my attorneys. Because everybody's suing me. Because I keep lying on them. Oh my God. He's a billionaire. That's why I said all I had to see was that 2 to 3 billion. I don't care if it's in pounds. In US dollars, it's still billion. Shout out to you, Marchon, for the $10 super. Thank you so much. Hi, all. You are so fun, Miss LLC. Love to the mods. Forgive this grandpa's ignorance, but what is a bot? Is it like someone bought a stupid comment and felt brave to post seems to be dumb? No, a bot is like AI. And so instead of it being a real account, it's an account that's like being controlled through some software programming. And they're just posting up dumb comments. Yeah, I guess that would be the same concept. But it could just be AI. It may not be a real person behind the information. So someone create a fake account and they just go in and post up dumb stuff. That's all they do. All they can do now is say, you're an idiot. You're stupid. You don't know anything. Oh, you keep talking about Candace. Yes. I told you, bots and the cult members, we're keeping our foot on Candace's neck. Candace, I dare you say you're investigating the Lady Luck Club. You're about to be real mad with the FBI. I dare you. Because you gonna give them a reason to put for me to put a smile on their face. I dare you. You up here having random private citizens investigated through how? They're not an investigator. How? You actually want to try to go into someone's personal life and look them up for what? They're still going to say what they're going to say about you, you dumbass girl. It's the audacity to sit here and intentionally dox someone for me. Meanwhile, Candace, George Farmer and his parents are billionaires. And the quickest way for them to be ran into the ground is to marry the likes of you, where you're lying like crap over everybody. And then you get sued. And now you're hemorrhaging $50 to $60 million between attorney's fees, court costs, and judgments. Because you can't say you're broke. They're going to say, Your Honor, she has wealthy in-laws that are billionaires that probably would just give her the money. If it means ensuring that their son is okay and their grandchildren, they'll probably do it. Not that they'll be happy. They'll be mad. Oh, they will be so mad at you, Candace. But see, you could be listening to your in-laws because I know they have to be telling you, can you just talk about something else? Can you stop lying? Are you presenting evidence on this? Otherwise, it's defamation. Because George is not saying a word. So I hope his parents understand. You can't always take the road to silence. But then when it comes down to it, and she's asking you for money to help pay for all of these expenses and legal costs, now all of a sudden you standing there wishing you had said something. You have an opportunity to tell Candace to kick rocks. Because this girl is going to lose. And she knows it. That's why she's stalling on these lawsuits. Candace doesn't care about getting to the discovery phase. Once again, she's a dumb liar. She is a pathological liar. She does not want to go to court, let alone get to a discovery phase, because discovery works both ways. She would have to give up discovery just as much as her attorneys would want them to give them discovery. That means she had to give up her financials. You think she's gonna sit here and withhold from the court on that? And guess what? Once it goes to the courts, it could be available to the public for public inspection. You really think Candace wants us to see her financials? Candace, whatever is at the courthouse that can be released to the public will be released. You know people are going to get those court documents. Stalling the hearing does nothing. Because you think somehow you'll be able to beat the Macrones and their scientific evidence they're bringing with them. All because you don't believe in science doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and it does not mean that the court will not accept the evidence itself. Because that's the one thing you don't dictate, Candace, our judicial branch of government. You're not above our rule of law. Keep playing stupid. And if George's parents want to sit here and act as if she's not doing anything wrong, remember that when she's crying to you talking about, I just need $60 million. The TPUSA is suing me. Remember that. Because that could have been avoided. You can't get mad at the people suing her. They have the right to sue her. Get mad at your dumb daughter-in-law for running her mouth and lying on everybody with no evidence. And then has the audacity to try to threaten to investigate somebody. How? What type of investigation are you conducting? I wish you would. She only say that with people she think that she can get over on with that. Don't let her scare you, Natalie. She don't scare nobody. Candace, I wish you would. And they are billionaires. They're not trying to lose money by way of Candace Owens lawsuits. Imagine if TPUSA were to sue her. And they're asking for $75 million. I just, I'm just thinking of like a number that an entire organization could ask for. Let's say $50 million. And then the Macrones walk away with $25 million. And then Brian Harper, he walks away with $15 million. You know how much money that is? That's just from Candace Owens. Let's not forget Candace Owens LLC, Georgetown Inc. are being named as separate co-defendants. Separate co-defendants. Keep that in mind. So the judge could say, okay, each co-defendant is ordered to pay X amount of dollars. So the entities would have to pay out some money from those entities, and then Candace Owens individually would have to pay out some money. Well, you talking about over $100 million in 3 lawsuits. Almost $100 million in 3 lawsuits. All because Candace couldn't leave somebody alone. 50 million, 25, 15. Yeah, almost 100 million. That's just for the judgments. That's not including court costs and attorney's fees. She's paying a hefty amount of money in attorney's fees. No billable hours are not free. And Candace has a totally different set of attorneys representing her for the Brian Harper lawsuit than she has with the Macron lawsuit. So you paying these attorneys in these different states for 2 lawsuits. And it's not like one attorney and a paralegal. No, she's getting 2, 3, 4 attorneys. She's getting whole legal teams. That's a lot of money in attorney's costs. Those billable hours are not cheap. And you think that George Farmer's parents sat here and became billionaires by giving out $75, $80 million at a time to cover lawsuits that George is not even getting? It's his wife. Candace. They're like, you're worse than George. Candace, you are too old to be getting all these lawsuits like this. Being the problem child for your in-laws. Make this up. Oh, they're gonna be so mad at Candace. Thank you so much, Martron, for that $10 super. I appreciate it. Oh, Candace, they're gonna be so mad at you. I just say we thought that George will probably be getting us some DUIs or something. No, his wife is sitting here costing us $80 million there. It's the wife. It's not even George. George, you better tell Candace to go sit down somewhere. She about to cost you a lot of money, you ding dong. Tell your wife to stop dodging court, George. Your lavender wife can't make this up. Oh, Lord. I can't believe it's a billionaire.
State of real properties, which he manages nationally and internationally. He also runs a lot of management projects for the family, as well as he has companies that are not disclosed. For example, Justin, which I brought and broke down on this channel several times. Justin is always appearing in documents, and many people don't know that that is like the mother company of Candace Owens' empire. Every time you see a lawsuit involving Candace Owens, you see that that lawsuit also carries Justin. That is because that is George Farmer's, let's say, corporate umbrella that covers Candace Owens' media empire. And how does that corporate umbrella receive its funds? From the same rich elite people she talks about every day on her show. You can go watch that video. The video is titled The Facade of Candace Owens' Independent Media Empire. You will see everything. And besides that, George Farmer also has a strategy company in London, one that is worth millions of pounds. And if you don't look into this people with a fine-tooth comb, with a magnifying glass, you will not see a thing. And the little we see is what they are able to lay bare in front of us, to dangle the carrot in front of us.
I'm so glad you asked that, Nikki. No, she cannot declare bankruptcy to get out of paying a judgment. That's a violation of law. And it would be bankruptcy fraud. Candace, you know you cannot declare bankrupt. You cannot declare bankrupt. And if you moving money around just to avoid paying a judgment, they get it back. They're not playing with you. Because then they can get you hit up for money laundering. Candace, you cannot go and declare bankrupt trying to avoid paying a judgment from a court of law. No. You got to pay that money. Or you will be indicted for bankruptcy fraud. So, Candace, either you going to jail or you paying that damn judgment. Which one you going to do? Oh, man, they're going to indict her behind. The FBI will be happy to indict you on bankruptcy fraud if you dare try to declare bankrupt to avoid paying your judgments from our courts. Our U.S. courts, because she can't stay in our country no more. Candace, no one told you to do all this. You chose to do this. This is all your fault, Candace. Yeah. Yeah, no, she can't do that. Yeah, that's bankruptcy fraud, and it's illegal. Yeah, go ahead, Candace. I dare you. That's why she talking about, Candace, you trying to make a threat to investigate somebody. Heifer, you don't want to be researched. You don't want us to research you. I can promise you that. Did you say you was moving to Russia? Candace, you might want to just go ahead and go. Yeah, you just can't make this up. Why you can't just make a settlement offer with these lawsuits? Because they're going to still move on. If you do not participate, Candace, a default judgment will be entered against you. For the Brian Harper one anyway, because she has not filed a response or an answer. So you can easily just have a default judgment, or you can just settle and keep living. I want her to pose. I'm going to be honest. I hope they say, no, you need to come back for a deposition. But her trying to make this move to get out of Russia, to get out to Russia because she's being sued, Candace, that's a punk move. You're a coward. And you telling your cult members, I want subpoena power. I want to get to discovery phase. I welcome any lawsuit. You're going to tell them that you're trying to escape to Russia and move your assets. Are you going to tell your cult members that? Because you know they're just gonna root that on. Yeah, avoid lawsuits. Move your money to Russia. So you're not gonna add to our U.S. economy anymore? No, she's not. So all your rent money you've given her, that's it. It's just going one way. It's not coming back. Why, she's a billionaire. George is a billionaire. He doesn't have to work. Parlor equals like a hobby for him. You think he cares? He's a stay-at-home father. He's a billionaire. What is that for him to do other than to go sweep and vacuum and mop? They don't even do that. They have people come clean out their mansion. They live in mansions. This is what's so crazy here. And she is setting herself up to lose lawsuits by the millions. People should not be afraid to sue her. Candace, I'm sending you this invoice. I'm sending this invoice. And I'm going to put in there, I know your in-laws are billionaires. So you can send me my $7,000 times what? 5,000 hours? Whatever that is. Candace, $350,000. You just give me the money. Can't make this up.
Same like their net worth on Wikipedia. The true wealth of these individuals you will never know. Mr. Copper is known for Red Kite Group, but besides that, Mr. Copper has several businesses we will never know about, maybe even after he dies. And that's just the truth about how rich people operate. True wealth doesn't just sit in a bank, it buys a seat at the table where laws are written. Remember when we're talking about George Farmer? What did I tell you guys? And where did he get that idea from? From 2011 to 2015, his father, Lord Michael Farmer, served as co-treasurer for the Conservative Party.
That's how George's gonna look when he get old. Candace, this is your future. This is your future, Candace. George looks just like his daddy. George Farmer's father looks like the Keebler elf, except he's not a midget. He's taller. Oh, this dude is one. Oh, he is not attractive at all. Candace, this is your future, Candace. George is going to turn out to look just like this. Oh, y'all. Boy, that genetics is something else, ain't it? He looks just like his dad. His eyeballs sucking down to his face. Got that same nose. His mouth, and little weird ass pointy ears. He has his bill. Candace, this is your future. When George turns 100 years old, this is how you gonna look.
The most powerful political financing roles in Europe. And after he got something very important, which is still making him to have a seat where the laws of the nation are made. Same thing like George Farmer. George Farmer realized that he doesn't need a seat in the House of Chambers or any House of Commons or House of Lords. He decided to take the new age format of what his daddy had done. His daddy had made well in the metal street, then went into politics by earning himself seats in very strategic places that not only help him to go through with whatever he wants to go through with, but also gives him a voice in how the laws of the country affect not only his family's wealth, but the generations to come. George Farmer took another dimension of what his daddy did. After making his money through starting his companies, running hedge funds, both for his family and out of his family, he now thought, I don't need a seat in the House of Commons. All I need is to get a platform. And he got a platform and he got the right political pundits and they're sharing all his thoughts online. We have the 3 bandits. If you've not watched that video, go and watch it and you will know the political pundits George Farmer has out here spewing all his political dreams. And it's the same thing with his daddy. In September 2014, Lord Michael Farmer was given a life peerage, transforming him into the Right Honorable Lord Farmer of Bishopsgate. Do you remember Who selected him and suggested him to be given this peerage? It was David Cameron. David Cameron was a member of the Bullington Club. Who also was another member of the Bullington Club? George Farmer, Lord Michael Farmer's one and only son, whom he sent to Oxford, who also joined the Bullington Club, which he paid for and sponsored him through that club. And at some point, a colleague, Lord Michael Farmer's son in the Bullington Club, picked Lord Michael Farmer and proposed him to the Queen for him to be selected as one of the members to be appointed in the House of Lords. Well, that is how the rich roll. He now holds a permanent unelected seat in the House of Lords. He also weaponized his financial leverage during the historic Brexit referendum, cutting a check of £300,000 directly to the Vote Leave campaign. And that is not where this ends. This is a dynasty, a deeply entrenched establishment family. George Farmer, Candace Owens' husband, followed right in his father's footsteps. He became the chairman of Turning Point UK, a major board member of GB News, with over 100 million poured into its launch, and attempted a buyout of the prestigious Catholic Herald. The farmers aren't just participants in the system, they own the infrastructure, the media ecosystem, which makes the sudden explosive fracture into the family terrifying for their bottom line. For decades, the farmer fortune operated smoothly in the shadows, but then came Candace Owens. As coach commentary style began targeting institutions that the global elite considered untouchable. By late 2024, her controversial public statements regarding geopolitics caused an absolute panic in London. Worth millions of dollars and nicknamed Mr. Copper, Lord Michael made headlines after he publicly distanced himself from his daughter-in-law's controversial moments. This is something that the Times of London actually put out. Another one, why would a British lord issue a public press release distancing himself from his son's American wife? Because the institutional wealth requires institutional stability. The Red Kite Group, the House of Lords appointment, and the multi-million-dollar banking partnerships rely on compliance with global elite structures. Candace's brand is anti-institutional, same as her husband, because they are deciding to take the opposite direction of what the father took to build their own wealth. She actively attacks the very machinery that keeps her in-laws wealthy. The hidden fortunes is caught in a vice grip between Candace's viral digital army and the quiet billionaires who pull the strings of global commodities.
But, I'm always surprised by their lack of awareness, I would say.
Is Candace Owens tearing down the very establishment her husband's family spent a lifetime building from inside? Or is this the ultimate double play of controlled opposition? Let me know what you think in the comment section. Because when you look at how she plays this game, you will tell there is a lot going on here. In the next part, if this video gets to 10,000 views, we are going to establish if Candace Owens is playing into the narrative of the anti-establishment because it's a double play of being controlled opposition, or it is because she is someone who is trying to break free from the establishment her billionaire father-in-law has built. The link to the High Court documents, electoral commissioner files, and financial statements are all in the description box. Hit like, subscribe to the video, and I'll see you in part 4, where we will discuss Candace Owens is actually controlled opposition, or she's actually fighting the same systems that build the wealth running her establishment. That will be one hell of a conversation we will be having. Like one of you suggested, and many of you have suggested, I should try to make this video shorter, which is why many of you, if you've noticed, I am trying to keep it below 40 minutes instead of 1 hour, 20 minutes or 30 minutes. So I'm trying to make them as short as possible so that we digest one subject at a time and then we take it to the next part. So on to part 4. I hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know all your thoughts in the comment section. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, which is sooner than later. Bye.
Lots of experience.
Was so good. That was so good. It went so fast. Hold on. Let me, because I want you all to see. Hold on.
For years, you watched.
Hold on. So she said that all of the information is in the link in the description. Y'all see the links? Okay. So it's not linked. You would have to put it in a search. But y'all see the forensic evidence and stuff used here. London Metal Exchange. Oh my God. UK company's house. Okay. So these are her sources. And you would have to put them each in the search, an internet search, and it will just pull it up. This was good. I enjoyed this. This was really, really good.
So I know he's
So it's something else. Y'all, we got eclectic journalist up. So she's gonna go over this guy claiming to be able to channel Charlie Kirk. I don't understand this. It's the most demonic nonsense ever. And this is what Candace is doing. You're perpetuating this crap. Now you have this clown sitting here talking about he can channel Charlie Kirk, which is absolutely demonic. Unbelievable. So, hell Lord, this is why it's imperative to call out evil as we see it. Charlie Kirk is dead. And you got these weirdos that refuse to just leave him be. And then the ones that try to come in the chat talking about he's alive can't show you evidence. Don't know where he is, can't produce him, none of that. You know, because they're just as dumb as Candace. So we're going to get to this. Shout out to the eclectic journalist. Let me drop the video link in the chat. I think there's a portion at the end about personal story. We're just going to check out her reaction to this medium. I don't even want to go on that guy's channel, but I do want to see like her full reaction to this. And there are people out here that really think that they can do this. That's what's so depraved about this. People out here actually believing he had a third eye, he could astral project, that he's not dead, that they can channel him, that all this demonic witchcraft and sorcery stuff. And they actually believe in this demonic nonsense. He had Candace talking about Christ is King. Candace, this is your legacy. Witches and warlords thinking that they can summon someone who's deceased. So you've left nothing behind but evil. You dumb demon. Y'all hit the floor when you can see it here. Let's go.
Hey. All right, let's get into it.
Now who knows? Astral projection is like the best I can think of is what I see in Marvel movies, like Doctor Strange, that type of stuff, where you have this outer body experience, and your consciousness, becomes something you can use to see what's going on around the world and see what's going on, and you can travel through time and all this crap. It's oh God. Stuff you expect to see in a comic book film, but not somebody talking about being able to do in real life. This is crazy. But it is demonic. It's just that. Candace, this is what happens when you're talking about astral projections and third eyes. This is Spirit Man JT presents. He calls himself Spirit Man. Channeling Charlie Kirk. Oh my God.
Good day, beautiful friends. I am spiritual medium Joseph Tittle. If you're new here, welcome to my channel. Welcome back to the channel. Today, I am going to make an attempt in connecting with the late Charlie Kirk, who, as you know, most of you should know by now, who was taken out through assassination at an event in Utah in September of 2025. Many of my subscribers asked me to make this connection. I asked all of you when I channeled David Wilcock, what would you like me to channel next? And I'm going to ask that same question today. Who would you like me to channel next? And there's never a guarantee, but if you're watching this now, I definitely channeled him because you're watching this. but there's never a guarantee. We can't just pick up the phone and be like, I want to talk to such and such. It really doesn't work that way. And sometimes
It doesn't work at all, you dumb demon. This goofy. Y'all see this? What is this above him? Y'all see that? Is that supposed to be like Mary, mother of Jesus, or an angel? Look over here. Love Shack. Are you serious? So you got this belief thing here with this angel, whatever that is. It looks demonic. Whatever that is. Love a dog. Poor dog. And then over here, Love Shack with the rainbow color. What are we looking at? This dude has got to be trolling. He's got to be trolling. The Eclectic Journalist did a reaction video to this. This guy's got to be trolling with his demonic behind.
we get that great connection when we request it. And now I also believe as a medium that a lot of information also runs through my spirit guides. My team of guides make this all possible. So I'm grateful to them and grateful to all you. So today we're going to see what Charlie has to say. What really did happen to Charlie? What's really happening with the Turning Point organization? And is Charlie doing okay over there in the spirit world? Because some people think that he's still alive. What do you think? Well, I can assure you, because I already did the channeling.
It's the Archangel.
He's very much not alive. I can assure you that right now. I got some interesting information about.
Oh, okay. You say he's very much not alive. What was the body that was up in here talking about Charlie's still not dead? Really? You care to produce him in the physical presence here? You might have to like freeze hell over or something, but whatever. Like these idiots still believe he's alive somewhere. They just don't know where. They can't give coordinates or anything. You know, he refused to come outside. You can't make this up. And then this dude's got the Archangel. That's an Archangel. And then you got this. Y'all see that little flag over there? Love Shack. What?
Erica Kurt. And who else
This
keeps
is
company with in
mind-numbing.
the heavens? This is a really interesting channeling session that I really hope that you enjoy. And just a little background for those who are new here and may not know me. Again, I'm a spiritual medium, have been for over 3 decades. I've channeled through.
So I will leave his description. In the description, I will leave his video linked below.
Through many famous people, for clients, actually. One of my favorites was Michael Jackson. That's why people swear he's alive. And I'm like, he came to me twice in readings for famous people I was reading in Hollywood. Out of California, not necessarily Hollywood.
Got to be trolling.
So I know he's passed. I've worked with the police. I've worked on soft crimes, ghost investigations. I've done national television, and it's all on my YouTube page. So check out some of those cool.
No, I'm not going to your YouTube page. Or you just can't name the actual cases. Cite the cases. He didn't help solve anything. I can guarantee you that. You can't go to court with this. Yeah, Your Honor. My client is innocent. This medium was able to find the left red shoe left behind by the Wicked Witch of the West. And the Wicked Witch of the West, after a house landed on her from Dorothy and Toto, was able to talk to all of the Oompa Loompas that came out. And they said, hey, you got to go to the Wonderful Wizard of Oz. And after he journeyed with the Scarecrow and the Tin Man, he had to meet another wicked witch flying around on the broom named Candace Owens and her flying monkeys. And then he shot up at the Wiz house, and the Wiz sent him back home. And then he realized that the shooter he had did not belong to my client. So my client is innocent. And the judge will tell that defense attorney, sit your ass down. Sit down. Before I hold you in contempt, counselor. How dare you bring a medium in here talking about this medium is gonna help us solve the crime? Is he really? What? He doesn't know what he want to do. One minute he talk about an archangel and believe, another minute he's I love Shaq over here. What? Over here is like, you know, there's a dog. It's a dog. The dog has nothing to do with this. Oh man. This guy got to be trolling. He got to be trolling. This can't be real. He talking about he helped solve crimes. I know damn well.
Clips, including one of my favorites from America's Psychic Challenge when I went on a murder scene. So lots of experience with communicating with the spirits.
No, you don't.
And thanks to my spirit guides once again. So let's see what Charlie Kirk has to say today. All right, beautiful friends. Here we go. I removed my hat.
Okay, so in case no one is familiar with channeling, let's look up what spirit guides are. Okay, in the context.
Yeah. I'm shocked. Hold on. I can't take this guy seriously. I'm sorry.
And
normally I would let her research and read information. First of all, I don't believe in any of this stuff. I'm just shocked that Candace is sitting here paving the way for people like this guy to do this, as opposed to letting Charlie Kirk be at peace. But if you're talking to people who are saying he's still alive, why do you feel like you can channel him? Why would you want to channel another man? Man, you can't make this stuff up. You trolling him, I'm trolling him too. I'm trolling this guy for trolling Charlie Kirk. Leave the man alone. Let him rest in peace. This is crazy. Oh, man. How did eclectic journalists get through this? I can't get to 10 minutes.
Doing this channeling again today because folks in the subscribers asked me to do so. So we're going to see. And here's the thing. You can't always pick who you want to channel through from spirit. It doesn't always work that way. It doesn't always work that way at all. Sometimes they come, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're stuck in limbo between the worlds, especially when there's tragic passings. That's why
all right, that's enough. No, I can't do it. Oh, child. I can't do it. I can't. It's the demonic nonsense for me. I don't know how she made it through an hour with that. I can't. I prayed over it and I was like, nah, God said, get it unclean. Thank you, Jennifer. Talking to demons and unclean spirits. I can't do it. Oh man. Candace, this is what you're leaving behind. People who are sitting around talking about Love Shack with feathers and bows, doing things for views and trolling. Someone who lost his life on national television at the hands of Tyler Robinson with a gun and a bullet. You can't make this up. Oh, Candace, this is the evil crap you leave behind. All right, so we're gonna watch a little of this Fax Me. God. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm glad he's talking about Candace Owens being tied to Epstein. We're here for it. So I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. Make sure you guys go and show your support for Fax Me. Once we get back up next month with collabs, I think we'll go ahead and schedule something with Fax Me to have another collab. And Johnny Walker Dread. And hopefully we can have Ryan and Lyle Culpepper. I haven't forgot about Lyle. To come back. Milk Bar to come back. You know, and as the court case progresses, have Nick Brooks come over and hang out with us to talk to us about the Macron lawsuit. So let's get to this, y'all. Hit the forward you can see it here.
And when you draw the dots, they don't actually connect. But when reality draws the dots, and you've got a guy like Fax Me, they actually connect to you, Candace. But let's get started, guys. Like I said, we've got a lot to cover. Let me pull up my notes here. The very first thing I want to do is give you guys an update on the Macron case.
Candace is into that demonic nonsense. She sits and talks about Satanists. For her to sit here and try to put on Charlie Kirk about him having a third eye and astral projection, you don't put that on somebody else. And Candace doesn't care. Yeah, I said he can astral project. Yeah, I did it. Like, what? Why would she want to say that about Charlie Kirk? Candace is demonic.
You guys know what's going on. The Macrones are suing Candace Owens for defamation. This has been going on for, a year now? And Candace keeps putting it off. She's trying to drag it out because Delaware has a 2-year rule on defamation, and that is where the lawsuit has been filed against her, Candace Owens, LLC, and George Farm, Inc. So it's got 2 years. So she's trying to drag this out so it goes past the statute of limitations. But we're hoping that this next court case, the judge will not dismiss it because this is the final one. This is the last time this judge can be approached with a dismissal. And if he says no, this is moving on to trial, which let's keep our fingers crossed on that. But the update is Candace Owens, her defense attorney, Catherine Mowry, on June 18th, which was yesterday, docketed actually this morning, this is how I found it, for June 19th, has once again pushed for a dismissal. Okay, so now the docket entry says, the one I looked at this morning, re-notice of motion to dismiss and to strike the first amended complaint on July 27th, 2026 at 10 a.m. So the new court date has been moved from June 26th. It would have been next week, early next week, but now Candace has her defense attorney as of yesterday and today. The docket actually posted today as an entry, has it now pushed to July 27th. But that's it. That's the last time this can happen. So hopefully on July 27th, my friends, the judge will look at this and say, no, it is not being dismissed, and this thing can move forward as it should. But I wanted to give you guys an update on that because I know everybody has, you guys have had the June 22nd date in your head, and for good reason, because that was originally the date. But her defense attorney has moved it. And while we're sitting here, can we just take a moment to look at this picture? Look at it. What is going on with Candace here? All week she's been wearing these bandanas, or whatever you want to call them, in her hair, trying to look all cute and schoolgirly. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, Candace. Nobody cares. But look, she's looking kind of homely there. Look at her hair, man. This is from her show last night. Frayed hair. It's like she just didn't even brush it. It's like she just pulled it back. Look at it. Look at it. Well, what's going on there, Candace? You're looking a little rough. That's fantastic. Well, anyways, my friends, let's jump in to these 3 main lies from Candace's show last night. And of course, I will give you the 100% fact check. So let's start. 3 lies that I have pinpointed that I felt were the biggest ones from her show last night. Homely hair and all. Let's get this thing started.
And then he funneled them into modeling agencies and across Victoria's Secret runways while the world oohed and awed at their beauty and their fresh faces, never imagining that something so sadistic and perverse could be sitting just beneath. And it is the very reason why when we discovered that Erica Kirk, or I should say Erica Francfay, while she was living in New York City, was hanging around, we discovered she was hanging around at the Next Model Management Offices, which was a talent agency that was run by close Jeffrey Epstein friend Faith Cates. We had questions. Again, the people who worked there alleged that Erica was the point of contact for the model department, and they find it to be suspicious because Jeffrey Epstein was often at their offices. These Eastern European women that they were bringing in for quote unquote suits described as men involved in the business. And a lot of these women, they reflect, sort of disappeared. Where did a lot of these women go? It brings a reasonable question, an easy question, by the way, to answer. Did Erica Francfay in any way have any association with the Jeffrey Epstein orbit? Because it's not clear what she was doing while she was in New York. Faith Cates, I should mention, never turned her back on Jeffrey Epstein. She supported him even after that 2009 arrest. And like I said, there were so many Eastern European models that were being brought through her office, many of whom were subsequently then flown to parties in the Virgin Islands. it is also a fair question to ask. What does Erica know about those models? What was she doing with those apartments? Who exactly linked her with this office? What were her qualifications?
All right, so you just heard lie number 1 from Candace. Let me clear this up. This was the Epstein smear. Candace implies Erica Kirk was in Epstein's orbit via Next Model Management with zero evidence. She keeps repeating this like it's magically going to make it true, but there is zero evidence of what Candace is implying about Erica Kirk being in Epstein's orbit through the Next Model Management. And here is your Fax Me correction. Lead stories search the full DOJ Epstein files. No evidence tying Erica Kirk or Erica Franz to Jeffrey Epstein. The Hindustan Times, however you say that, I'm so bad at that, confirmed the same. Zero matches. Okay, so I searched the full DOJ Epstein files. There is no evidence tying Erica Kirk or Erica Franz to Jeffrey Epstein, period. She took an unverified modeling office rumor, wrapped it in Epstein language, and turned suspicion into accusation. That is not investigation, Candace. That is narrative laundering. And we all see it. We all see it. We all know no. We know no. That we know. That you don't know no. Moving on, let's hit number 2. Candace, take it away.
All right, you guys, happy Thursday. Apparently, the Trump administration completely crashed out over the Epstein files. That's at least according to the New York Times. They did that long article regarding how the administration got together, strategizing over how to deal with the files, how they were going to address the public or misdirect the public. Obviously, Pam Bondi, the Binder episode, the Epstein files became the source of a lot of attention, so much so that Trump decided to meet with his top officials in the Situation Room to work through a public plan. The Situation Room, that's not what the Situation Room is for, you guys. Situation Room in the White House is supposed to be reserved for highly classified national security concerns, not to deal with a random pedophile, should be, who control the global trafficking network. Why is it that our nation's top brass consider Jeffrey Epstein to be a national security concern? I don't want you guys to forget that I broke the story that the day before the administration was forced to drop those files online, many of which were redacted and removed for crappy reasons. They're still protecting people. Don't forget that. The day before, Andrew Colbert was mysteriously seen at the White House, particularly in the executive office building. He attempted at the same time to fake a live show.
All right, lie number 2 comes to us from the Situation Room. Candace says Trump personally convened a Situation Room meeting over Epstein files and misdefines what the room is actually for. Big surprise there, Candace. So here is your Fax Me correction, my factivist. The New York Times report says senior officials gathered without the president. One more time, senior officials gathered without the president. Trump did not call the meeting. Trump did not call the meeting. And also, the Situation Room is a secure crisis coordination complex, not a room reserved only for military emergencies. Candace, why are you so dumb? Why are you so dumb? Do you read? Can you read? These are facts. Why are you so dumb? Like, you're so dumb. Like, where's Antoine? Where is Antoine when you need him? Candace, do you even know Antoine? I know Antoine. Where's Antoine?
Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb, for real.
So here we go. Candace got the core framing wrong. Big surprise, right, guys? It was senior officials meeting without Trump to manage political fallout, not Trump holding an Epstein meeting in the Situation Room. Oh, dear Lord. Let's move on to the last lie that I'm pointing out from her show from last night, Thursday night. Kick it, Candace.
You said denied. Well, then why'd you deny it? like, why did you deny it by 20 days and tell me that it's because it's too complicated? We're asking you for 3 days of someone's schedule. Completely ridiculous. Sarah Bryan writes, oh, after I missed that, Little Bird wrote, It's actually much better that you came to this from the long way round. You built your case from the ground up, Candace, and now all the dots are connecting. Explosive indeed. Yes, I really do believe that there is something to the explosive theory. And I did go my own route and get there. I saw all the theories that were out there, and I didn't feel comfortable in engaging in them. I felt like my focus was best to going over the timeline, going over what was happening in Charlie's life, seeing what was happening with Israel, finding turning point, lying at every turn throughout this to fully comprehend why they would be tied to Israel in such a regard. And I have arrived that it is a very viable theory, like I said, that makes all of the other pieces come together that just don't make sense. They suddenly do make sense when you believe or consider that an explosive went off under his chest, including the way his body moves. If you have the stomach to watch it, you can see it. It just looks like something comes up. That's why I initially thought someone shot him from underneath, was just looking at the motion of how he was moving. Anyway, I think we are inching closer there. So we'll see if more people are writing us, and we'll take time, as we always do, to research every angle of it.
So line number 3, my factivist, the explosive conspiracy. Candace claims a very viable theory that an explosive went off under Charlie Kirk's chest during his assassination. Folks, we've talked about this till we were blue in the face. Now it's like a dirty brown because we're swimming in it, right? Wear your boots when listening to Candace Owens. That's your Facts Me tip of the day. Here is the Facts Me correction to what Numbnuts here has said. The FBI and official record described Charlie Kirk being shot by a rooftop gunman. An inconclusive bullet fragment test does not mean a bomb. Candace, it means there were not enough marks to make a comparison. That is a forensic limitation, not conspiracy proof. An inconclusive bullet fragment test is not evidence of a bomb. Candace took a forensic limitation and turned it into a conspiracy conclusion. Now we can all sleep better at night. Holy crap. So there's your 3 main lies from Candace Owens and her little show that, folks, you know, at this point.
Candace, let me explain something to you, you dumb heifer. When you do a FOIA request, they don't have to fulfill it if they know that it is going to be laborious and a waste of time. You can't even express the reason as to why you would need this man's itinerary plan for Cox Patel, all because you're trying to get some get back. What is the reason as to why the law says, yes, okay, this applies and you should get it? You're not an investigator, you dumb demon. They don't have to fulfill the FOIA request. Nor do they have to answer your questions. Now they don't owe you any information about it. They denied it. That's it. You're not conducting an investigation. Why do we care about this man's itinerary? It would be different if there were an allegation, an investigation of him failing to reimburse the government for that personal travel. You know, there's some finding of him violating the actual federal policy on it, but he cannot fly commercial. And to sit here and demand the itinerary plans because somebody said he was an hour late or something happened. You act as if this was somehow planned, like they knew they were going to fly out to Utah that day. You're talking about last minute plans to have to go out there to Utah because of this, because Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And as opposed to her being grateful that the FBI is even aiding in this murder investigation, because look how many other investigations are happening and the FBI is not sitting around aiding in all of them. She's sitting here getting mad because they're telling her, no, we're not sending you his itinerary plans. If you were to read the federal policy on his travel, you would know that the FBI director, any FBI director, is able to use the FBI planes and pilots, even for personal travel. Because Candace, what happens when you're dumb and stupid and you're impressionable, and somehow you know the inner workings of the White House? You become a target. Our FBI director would be a target because of the information he knows. So putting him on a commercial plane makes him wide open. Whether you care for the person or not is irrelevant. It's the information in his head that we don't want to get out to our enemies. Like Russia, because they're not our ally. But Candace can tell you what's supposed to go on in a situation room and still be wrong. Candace, you literally are showing that you serve no purpose to Russia at all. None. Not even a little bit. You can't even be accurate in describing what happens in the situation room. Now you all see why I keep saying she should have stayed her ass over there. Now do you all understand? Candace should have stayed in Russia. The only thing she would be good for is for them to ask questions about what she remembers seeing in the White House. And she can't even recall what occurs in the situation room correctly. So what good is she to do to Russia again? Candace, how much money they gave you? I'm like, why don't she just stay over there? Yeah, stay your behind over there. But this is crazy. Hey, Fox, how you doing, honey? I hope everyone in the chat has a good day. I would just like to say that I'm having a really bad postpartum, and y'all LLC always cheer me up. Oh, honey. Ashley, we want you to smile and laugh. How old is the baby? Get the baby laughing. Oh, the babies. We have an LLC baby here. Cheryl's grandbaby is our LLC baby. We love the babies. It's going to be all right, girl. Breathe it one day at a time. Laugh. And enjoy watching some of the Food Network. That always helped me. That was before I gave birth. I watched everything on Food Network. Good Eats was my favorite show. Good Eats with Alton Brown. I don't know why. Candace, this is why we don't want you talking to a country that wants the entire United States to fail. Because you're trying to describe what goes on in the White House. Y'all know she probably bugged. This girl came back bugged, and she's too stupid to know it. Candace, next time you go over there to Russia, don't come back. Just stay over there. Can't make this stop. We're praying for you, Ashley, honey. It's going to be all right. Just tune in. You never know. The baby might start smiling and laughing at me. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. All right, let's get back to it.
Let's just call it what it is. It's the Erica Kirk Show. I don't know why she just doesn't embrace it. Embrace it. Candace, you are the host of the new Erica Kirk Show. Just call it what it is. Just call it what it is. We call it obsession, but you can sugarcoat it and call it the Erica Kirk Show. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it, guys. Fact of it is, what do you think? What do you guys think? All right, my friends, I want to jump on this Blexit thing, expose some things. I know a lot of people know this stuff, but there are ties to it, not only to Charlie and Turning Point, but to an individual who is tied to Jeffrey Epstein. So we've got to cover this and cover some of the things that happen with Blexit in order for these dots and arrows to connect, right? So we can make our church and our doors, open the doors and see all the people, right? Right? There they all are. I don't see Candace in there. If Candace was in there, it'd be like
freezing hell.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Here's the fire.
Woo. Yikes. Remington, you smell smoke? You smell smoke? Dog, you're supposed to be helping me out. Anyways, guys, check out these commercials and we will be right back with a little focus on Blexit before we hit the big Epstein stuff. Talk to you in a minute.
You are watching Facts Me TV. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe for more content.
Y'all make sure y'all hitting that like button. Hey!
If it hadn't been for Candace on the show, we'd have had hard proof a long time ago. Where the facts all go, nobody knows where they disappear to.
Candace, you look just like this chicken. Y'all remember the Adderall dance? Candace. Oh, we gotta pull up the Adderall dance. What was the young man's name? What was his channel's name again? No reply, you here? What was that young man's name? Candace doing Adderall dance. Oh my God, we gotta find that video. Oh, the Adderall dance had me. Oh, when I say had me crying. Oh my goodness gracious. Send me that video link again. Oh, I'm gonna play it. It just fits right in. It just fits so well. The Adderall dance. Candace, you did just like chicken.
Down below, I know that's all she say. Everything is fake and gay. Every week is another rodeo.
Oh my God.
Candace on the go-go. Came to town with the live stream closed.
Oh my God.
Radio, big dramatic pause, a scary little charge, but the timeline's falling all apart. I know. Trust me, friend.
It's a real song.
Again. Everybody talking wow and rose all the evidence quietly tiptoe. If it hadn't been for Candace on the show, we solved the mystery long ago. Where the hard facts go, nobody knows. Probably hiding where the logic don't go. I know, she say all day. Everything is fake and machine and dramatic glow.
Oh man.
Here comes Candace on the go-go. She brought confusion everywhere she went. Every clip became a giant event. Followers dancing like a county fair. Meanwhile, proof just wasn't there. Big bold claims and the cameras there. Every live stream turned theatrical flair. Question marks flying coast to coast, but certainty showed up the most. Fiddle playing, comments blazing, everybody
Hey.
on one side yelling, show receipts. Other side
Oh my
dancing
God.
to the beat, 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 beat,
Look at the one with the Adderall dance.
If it hadn't been for Candace on the show, the algorithm might have moved too slow.
Hey.
The reason go, nobody knows, but the super chats continue to flow. I know, she say with sweat. Everything is fake and gay. Round and round the theories blow.
Oh man.
Long live Candace on the go-go.
What the? Save us.
All right, welcome back, my factivists and my friends. Thank you for joining me for this Friday edition of Facts Me TV. Let's move on to some Blexit conversation. As you guys are seeing on the screen, Candace Owens' Blexit group pays for some attendees' travel to Trump's White House event. Now, we're going to talk about this, and there's one thing I want to say about it right out the gate, okay? Candace Owens sent out an email, and this was actually on the news. Now, if you guys recall, which I'm sure you do, Candace Owens was very anti-COVID, anti-mask mandate. You guys know it. She was anti-masks. But she sent out an email to all of her Blexit people. And in that email, it said, everyone must bring a mask to be allowed entry onto the White House grounds. Now, that's pretty hypocritical when it's coming from somebody who refuses to wear one, who campaigned, did a whole series on it, right? But you're going to tell all of the other Blexit people that they have to wear one. Now, one might argue, one might say, well, that was a White House stipulation. She was simply telling them that, hey, they couldn't get in without the mask, right? But the problem I have with that is here's Candace at the event. See how close she is to people. She's not wearing a mask. So Miss Anti-Mask tells her Blexit people they have to wear a mask, but she didn't. So you can't even say it was a stipulation from the White House because nobody stopped her, right? So there's just that little bit of hypocrisy I wanted to point out, which Candace Owens is full of it. But let's bring you up to speed on Blexit. Okay, Blexit's public nonprofit filings show Candace Owens as the president director and Rebecca Mercer as a board member. Now, I want you to remember the name Rebecca Mercer, okay, as a board member. ProRepublica's nonprofit database lists Mercer on Blexit's board and shows Blexit had millions in revenue in 2022. It also lists Owens paying herself $250,000 in 2022 from Blexit's funding. She paid herself as president director $250,000. Now, this is where we're going to start the connecting the dots. The Mercer family, again, Rebecca Mercer as a board member on Blexit with Candace Owens. The Mercer family is deeply tied to Steve Bannon and the Bannon world. And as we all know, Bannon has really, really strong ties to Jeffrey Epstein. I think that's pretty common knowledge. A Center for Media and Democracy report says that Rebecca and Robert Mercer, okay, her and her husband, bankrolled Steve Bannon's career, and that Rebecca Mercer joined Blexit's board in 2021. So here we have Steve Bannon, right? Everybody knows who that is. Really strong ties to Epstein. Rebecca Mercer, who was a board member on Blexit with Candace, bankrolled Steve Bannon's career. All right, so we following along? So the same wealthy Epstein donor network that empowered Bannon also helped legitimize and support Blexit, which at that time was Candace Owens' organization. Are we following along, folks? Steve Bannon, Rebecca Mercer, board member of Blexit. Rebecca and her husband, Robert, bankrolled Steve Bannon's career. And Rebecca Mercer joined Blexit. This is the same wealthy Epstein donor network that empowered Bannon, helped legitimize and support Blexit, which was in control by Candace, right? Are you guys following me? Are we with it? Okay, we're with it because there's a lot of dots to connect, and I want to make sure that you guys are with it. And while we're talking about Steve Bannon, Bannon is the one. He is the guy that got Candace Owens into the MAGA hemisphere. A lot of people want to put that on Charlie, okay? But Bannon gave her access to serious MAGA strategist credibility. Bannon helped place her in the same orbit as top-tier Trump MAGA power players. It gave her that movement insider value, right? Bannon helped build the nationalist populist media that Owens later monetized. I'm going to say that again. Bannon helped build the nationalist populist media lane that Owens later monetized. Anti-establishment, anti-mainstream media, MAGA first commentary. Bannon's War Room is described by The Guardian as a show he uses to shape Republican narratives and exert influence through media. However, Bannon's ties to Epstein isn't just they were in the same room at the same time kind of thing, right? It is direct contact, strategic advice, planned image rehabilitation. Bannon was helping Epstein rebuild his reputation, his public reputation, filmed interviews, repeated communications after Epstein was already convicted as a sex offender. He was helping Epstein after he was convicted as a sex offender. Okay, so I think it's pretty clear Bannon was 100% in with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, are we following along, or are we with it? Now let's get back to a little bit more of the Blexit. Let me pull this next thing up. Okay, during an interview, Candace was asked, why was Blexit founded? She says, I founded Blexit to bring the truth to Black America. I founded Blexit. Candace Owens says, I founded Blexit. But that's not true, Candace. You stole it. You actually stole it from another person, right? And maybe you guys have heard this name, maybe you have not. All right. But Blexit originally was a Minneapolis-based grassroots nonprofit movement founded in 2016. It offered support to African Americans through economic activism and Black-owned institutions. The name Blexit came from Malaya Connolly in 2016. And that is who you're seeing on the screen right now. Malaya Connolly actually created Blexit. Okay. But Candace is saying that she founded Blexit.
Candace, you've been lying. Oh, you liar. Why isn't Malaya suing Candace? What? You can't make this up. Candace, you've been lying about, oh, you stole Brexit. You can't make this up. This is unbelievable. Y'all, we went over the tax filings. Who knew? And then you ran it in the ground within 2 or 3 years, Candace. You couldn't even keep it afloat. And you stole it?
When the reality of it is, Brexit was created by Malia Connolly in 2016. But it doesn't stop there, Factivists. As I'm showing you on the screen, just to kind of reiterate, the name Brexit already existed before Candace, right? Malia Connolly's Minnesota-based Brexit was founded in 2016 and focused on Black economic power. Okay, Malia Connolly actually sent a cease and desist on November 18th to Candace Owens for trying to steal the idea. Okay, and there was news articles about this, the story of the Real Brexit, the nonprofit that has sent Candace Owens a cease and desist letter. Now, let me read you some of this. The letter sent to Owens on Thursday morning comes days after Kanye West distanced himself from Owens and politics altogether, following the claim she made Saturday night that West...
Candace, why do you keep obsessing over Kanye West? He distanced himself from you. Kanye West distanced himself from Owens and politics altogether. Candace, he doesn't even talk about you. Is that why she said Kanye's got a Kanye when it came down to him apologizing to the Jewish rabbi? Is that why she never talked about that? Because he distanced himself from her? He totally cut you off, Candace? Now, even if she's still a super fan, Candace, he doesn't even want to have anything to do with you. Once upon a time, Kanye West said, I like the way she thinks. Now he distanced himself from Owens and politics altogether, following the claim she made Saturday that West designed the logo for her anti-Democrat Brexit movement. Candace, you can't lie on Kanye West about anything with merch, logos, business opportunities, none of that. Let me tell y'all something. I don't like weaponizing the idea of mental health when it should not be weaponized. And we did discuss this when we had Ami with us. Shout out to Ami. Hi, Ami. Mama, love you. But one thing I don't believe in is weaponizing it. I understand if it is truly a connection there. He has a diagnosis. He has talked about being on medications. But every single time something happens, it cannot always be the fault of your mental health. Not every single situation or circumstance. Kanye West does not have people around him telling him no. But what he does have are people around him that are very business savvy. And I don't know why Candace thought she would be able to lie about a logo from Kanye West. You didn't think that would piss him off, Candace? Everybody don't play that. Candace, did you not think that would piss him off? Did you not think it would piss him off to know that you're out here lying about a logo he did not give you? Seriously, you didn't see this coming? You're like, I didn't come up with that ugly logo. God, I'm not calling it ugly, but you just got to imagine if he did. Candace, you stole the whole thing. That's probably what really made him upset. Knowing that you stole it, you didn't create anything on your own. You can barely say the word beret or bureau or most English words in the dictionary. And then you're lying about Kanye West giving you a logo, designing a logo for you. You cannot use that man's name like that for your merch. You got the right one that day. Because he was like, oh, no, we're not doing this. You're not going to use my name to come up. And she's still, you see, she's not sitting here talking about, well, I'm going to dox Kanye. Yeah, go ahead. Y'all don't see her retaliating on Kanye West like that. He had to separate himself to ensure that she did not go out weaponizing his name to make money. Because if she went around talking about he made this design, this logo, do you know how much more money she would have made? And then you trying to do this in front of his face, not even behind his back, and thought that you would not give him any money? No. He's going to sit down and do a contract with you if you're going to sit here and talk about he designed a logo. You can't go and just use people's names to help you make some money. And then you think that you're not going to give that person some money. Don't you think if he designed a logo, he would have said that himself? This is how bad Candace has had to lie in life just to come up. She had to lie on Kanye West. Where the candy asses at? Y'all not gonna say anything about y'all cult leader lying on Kanye West designing a logo? Y'all not gonna say anything about that? Watch how fast they go around talking about, well, Kanye West is crazy. We don't affiliate with him. No, claim him, because she does. Claim him. Y'all got something to say about her lying about Kanye West designing a logo? And he didn't sign any contract? He would have not received a penny out of that deal. And she actually thought she would be able to pull this off with Kanye West to just say, yeah, he designed my logos. And just flat out lied. Look how dumb she lied. I know he had to regret the day he met her when she came out and lied that bold about something that would not benefit him at all. I mean, if you want to talk about business, then get down to business. Now Candace is using the CIA logo without their permission. They should have done the same thing. We have nothing to do with your merch. Get our logo off your merch or we will sue you as a whole agency. This is not protected free speech, nor is it fair use. We're not playing that. You're not a federal investigator. She's been impersonating ever since. Kanye West had to be the one to say, I'm not playing it. I didn't design your logo. Don't use my name to help you get money. And then you got to lie. You know damn well I didn't design a logo for you. You had to know how pissed off he was to know that. And now you get hit with a cease and desist for stealing Flexit. The logo was actually made by an artist who didn't want to be named, Owens later said. You lying heifer. Candace, you are a flat out liar. And you don't even care who you lying on. Whether you think Kanye West is crazy or not, one thing he does not deserve is for Candace Owens to lie on him about a damn logo either. Candace, this is pathetic. You are a pathological liar. Who's the so-called person, this artist? He don't want to be named Candace, but you were willing to say Kanye West, though. If she thought she would have been able to get away with that, she would be still saying that to this very day. You know why she doesn't? Because Candace knows better. She's scared of Kanye West. Oh, Candace is scared of Kanye West. She know better. She know not to continue on with this dumb lie about this logo. Because it's funny how her candy ass cult members and her bots aren't out here talking about, no, Lady Luck Club, he did design the logo. I dare you. She uses everybody. Thank you, Susie Q. She uses everybody. You can't make this up. She should have, he should have sued her. He should have sued her. If Kanye West would have sued Candace back then, she wouldn't be doing half the stuff she doing. Now she feels emboldened. She's scared of Kardashians. Candace, she's scared of Kim Kardashian. They're famous for being famous for nothing. Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Candace, you tried to play Kanye West over a logo and then said it was actually made by an artist who didn't want to be named. Yeah, because her punk ass didn't have anything else. She couldn't just say, no, he did design it. Candace, why you didn't double down on that dumb lie with Kanye West? I wonder. You go down and double down and triple down on Erica Kirk all day, every day. But you can't double down on Kanye West? Why? Candace, what you really scared of? You won't double down on Kanye West, you little punk ass. You can't make this up, man. Candace, you stole Brexit. After lying about a logo. Oh, he don't want to be named. Oh, that's priceless. Oh, man, look how she tried to punk her way out of this stupid lie. However, the association with West led to many claiming that Brexit was his movement and to Owens clarifying that the movement was hers. Wow. But yet it's still, never mind the woman who actually created it. And they issued a cease and desist letter. You can't make this up. Boy, this is priceless. Candace, you're such a punk ass.
Designed the logo for Brexit. See what she was trying to do there? She was trying to pull herself out of it because she received a cease and desist and blame Kanye West for creating Brexit. You see what she did?
God, y'all.
But then later retracted that and said the logo was actually made by an artist who didn't want to be named. So right there is just a lie. You lie and you say Kanye West did it because you received a cease and desist.
Wow.
But then you come back and retract that and say it was actually made by an artist who didn't want to be named. How convenient. How convenient,
right?
Candace. So moving on with this, as you know, West laughed. That caused him to depart as a Trump supporter, all of that stuff. However, this bottom line here leads us to the next part of this. No organization has had to deal with the fallout of Owens' movement as much as the real nonprofit Brexit has. Okay? Now, what kind of fallout could that be, my factivists? What kind of fallout could that be? I'm wagering to say it was probably a financial fallout due to paying yourself $250,000. For what? For what? On top of paying for private jets everywhere you went, you used Brexit as your personal bank account, and it shows. Let me read you this, factivists. The public record supports that Brexit's finances had weakened before and around the time it was absorbed by Turning Point USA. Okay, so Turning Point USA eventually absorbed and took over Brexit. According to ProPublica, Brexit reported about $7.45 million in revenue. Almost $7.5 million Brexit reported in 2020. $7.5 million that dropped to $2.5 million in 2021. Sounds like some bad management, doesn't it? To drop from $7.5 million and in a year drop to $2.5 million? That's a loss of $5 million. Where did that $5 million go? Sounds to me like we're gonna have to look into that. Then they kind of kept it the same in 2022, 2.9. So 2020, $7.5 million, 2021, $2.5 million, 2022, $2.9 million. And then by 2023, Brexit dropped to $274,000 for the fiscal year. $274,538 to be exact. Candace took this thing over when it had $7.5 million. $7.5 million. And by the time it hit 2023, Brexit was worth $274,538. This is why Candace is fired everywhere. This is why Candace can't run a job. This is why Candace can't work for anybody. She only thinks of herself. She took Brexit over at $7.5 million and put that joker bankrupt, $274,538 in just the 3 years that she had it. That's insane. Who would hire that woman, right? And that is
Yeah,
what
did you-
caused
oh,
TPUSA to come in and save it. Okay.
And they didn't have to do that. TPUSA did not have to bail out Brexit at all. Whatever happened to the original owner? Did she sell it or what? This is absolutely insane. I would love to interview that lady. Because I really want to know, how did this go? Because, I mean, I don't foresee her just giving it up to Candace Owens. Candace, you hemorrhaged out over $5 million in 1 year. In Brexit. Boy, oh, man. Oh, Candace. You really don't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9, do you? Candace said that herself. Candace, you're so stupid. This is why I keep Candace. What is 4 times 3? Like, at some point, you're going to have to answer that question. It doesn't sound like she's conquered second grade math. And yet she wants people to believe she has 2 degrees from college or a university. When girl, you better prove you graduated from high school.
Okay. Brexit was not financially trending upward by 2023.
Oh my God.
You see the loss. So TPUSA absorbed it. Now their, public campaign they took it for growth and a shared mission and blah, blah, blah. But the actual financial records show the organization had clearly weakened before and around the merger. Candace ran Brexit right into the ground.
This channel is a mix of facts, parody, satire, and personal opinion. If you ever need clarification on any of the material, please don't hesitate to ask.
All right, my friends, now to bring you up to speed as we are connecting these dots. All right, Steve Bannon, we went over this. Rebecca Mercer, we went over this. We're going to continue to go over Rebecca, okay? Because Bannon built the lane, right? Candace drove in it, but Rebecca Mercer helped pave it. She helped pave it, man, right? So Bannon built it, Candace drove in it, and Rebecca Mercer helped pave it. And Rebecca Mercer and Steve Bannon have ties to Jeffrey Epstein, with Bannon especially having very strong ties with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, so we've got 2 dots so far, right? Let's jump on George Farmer here real quick. Can't leave him out, right? I mean, we can't leave him out. Owens is married to George Farmer, and he was the CEO of a little thing called Parler. You guys remember that? Parler was a social media free speech platform that was basically failing under George Farmer's reign, so he was trying to sell it. Okay? But Parler's founding investor was Rebecca Mercer. Are we connecting yet? Rebecca Mercer was the founding investor of Parler, who also sat as a board member on Brexit with Candace. So you got Rebecca with George Farmer and Candace. You've got Rebecca with Brexit and Candace. And you've got Rebecca deeply tied to Steve Bannon. She bankrolled Steve Bannon. Are you with me so far? I think you are. So, Parler's founding investor, Rebecca Mercer, whose family also funded Steve Bannon's projects. Are you with me? I mean, am I having to go any deeper here? Because the chain goes back to Bannon's documented Epstein contact. Okay, and like I said, Bannon was not just near Epstein. He was in Epstein's schedules. He was photoed, videoed with Epstein. There were tons of communications. Their connection was direct and active, even after Epstein became a convicted sex offender. And there's another individual we're going to name that did the same thing with Jeffrey Epstein. And that'll lead us to another dot to begin connecting all of this. But before we jump into all this sex Epstein stuff, I do want to say really, really quick, because there's not a lot to say. Does Erica Kirk have any ties to Jeffrey Epstein? No credible, documented evidence shows Erica Kirk has any tie to Jeffrey Epstein. The only individual saying this is Candace Owens. And if anybody else is saying it, it's because they believe Candace Owens. Candace Owens has zero proof, zero evidence, nothing. other than her creating a narrative. You search anywhere online, you will not find Erica Kirk or Erica Franz tied to Jeffrey Epstein legitimately. You're only going to find that tie through Candace Owens. So once again, no credible documented evidence shows Erica Kirk has any tie to Jeffrey Epstein. So let's move on and get this thing going because we got some things we need to break down here. Now, before we jump into this next part, let's remind everybody that Candace Owens openly defends and associates with pedophiles, rapists, sexual predators, you name it. Your Andrew Tates, your Harvey Weinstein. Now you know that she's got connections to Epstein and, of course, Russell Brand. So check out this video and then another video, if that's not enough, to bring you up to speed. Because if you support Candace Owens, you too are complicit in the people that she openly defends and associates with. Check this out.
I mean, that dovetails neatly with Andrew Tate, who was on your show after he left Romania recently. Again, I've interviewed him a number of times. The Tate, a lot of people think here, let's play the clip from Andrew on your show first, and I'll ask you a question about it.
Yeah, so I can tell you, I objectively took a look at their Romanian case and their Romanian case only. And years before everybody else, years before it got sent back down, I said that there's nothing in this case. Like, I mean, this case is just not going to pass. And it seems to me to be like over judicial. And I was proven correct on that. You know, he's not welcome here. What does that mean? He's not been convicted of a crime.
What is over judicial, Candace? What does that mean? Over judicial. I want to hear Candace tell me the definition of that word. Candace. Yeah, boy, you're the epitome of trying to sound smart while you still stuck on stupid. What is over judicial? Over judicial. She said she took a what stance on this? She's actually trying to sit here and sound like she understands how legalese and court works while she's dodging court herself. Meanwhile, Candace has rescheduled a hearing on her motion to dismiss 3 times. Candace, what's over judicial? And we got to start this over. Because I know damn well she's not trying to sit here and sound intelligent.
Dovetails neatly with Andrew Tate, who was on your show after he left Romania recently. Again, I've interviewed him a number of times. The Tate, a lot of people think here, let's play the clip from Andrew on your show first, and I'll ask you a question about it.
Yeah, so I can tell you, I objectively took a look at their Romanian case and their Romanian case only. And years before everybody else, years before it got sent back down.
Objectively. When you look at something objectively, you're looking at the finding of facts, evidence, and law. When it comes to matters of a criminal charge, anything in a court of law. How did you only look at that one case objectively? This one and this one only. Didn't she talk about 5 other men that were arrested and locked up and all this other stuff? Went out her way to dox the victim, the young lady, but then tried to protect the 5 pets that was sitting in prison. How do you objectively only look at this one case, Candace? How does that go?
And I said that there's nothing in this case. Like, I mean, this case is just.
How do you determine that? You're not an attorney. How do you determine there's nothing in this case, in a criminal case? How do you determine that? Based on what? You saying there's nothing there does not mean legally that argument would hold up in court. You can't make this up.
It's not going to pass, and it seems to me to be.
Cases is the pass. It's not a pass or fail with a case, Candace. You mean it has no merit? It lacks merit? Is that what you're trying to say, you dumbass girl? You can't make this up, Candace. This is almost an insult. Oh, man. Oh, I'm so sending you this invoice. You can't make this up, man. You know, who knew cases pass and fail? Who knew that? Oh, God. Oh, this is paper, Candace. I'm going to send you a bill. No. Hey, eclectic journalist. Girl, we tried to watch that one with that medium. Oh, I don't know how you did it. Maybe you have to give a summary of it. Child, I was like, ooh, child, that dude, I don't know. That dude I felt like that guy was trolling. I really was. Maybe you could just do a summary of the video and we'll watch that. I can't watch that guy. I can't watch him. I can't do the mediums and stuff, child. Yeah, my nerves were getting bad. I was sitting here like, see, we prayed, Lord, before this show started. And God said, you got to change the video. And I had to do that. Yeah, maybe you can give us a summary of what he said and did. Because when I saw that fella in that bowl, I was done. What the heck is he doing? That dude was trolling. He's trolling the entire internet. Shout out to the eclectic journalist, you all, for gracing us with her presence. How you doing, honey? If you have any fathers in your life, any dads in your life, tell them I said Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there listening. Woo, child. Apparently he's a big deal in that world. Is he? Is the world of the dead or what? Is the medium world or the dead world? Which one are we talking about? Is the world of the dead or the world of the mediums? Child, he can have that witchcraft. I can't do it. Oh, child, I don't know how you got through that, girl. It must have took God the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, and a whole lot of patience to get through that. That dude was trolling. Basically trying to tell him everything Candace is saying. Oh, so he was just repeating Candace? Oh, okay. Candace, it is all your fault, for real. If Featherman sat there and repeated everything you said word for word, then it is certainly your fault, Candace. It is all your fault. You got these witches and warlords and mediums and all this stuff coming up talking about what Charlie Kirk said to them and he's dead. This is your fault, Candace Owens, perpetuating that evil nonsense. Featherman tried to channel Charlie Kirk with a bow. Are you kidding me? Talking about Love Shack. Yeah, you just can't make this stuff up. Eclectic journalist Candace is sitting here talking about you can pass it. This case is not going to pass. Candace, you did not go to law school. You sound stupid. That means nothing. You mean the case is just not going to pass? Oh, God, criminal charges is not a pass or fail. You can't make this up. Why is Andrew Tate still trying to sue Milk Bar? Candace, are you telling Andrew Tate to sue Milk Bar TV? For what? Journalism? Garyville kick rocks.
Like over judicial, and I was proven correct.
How is over judicial? What does that mean, Candace? Define over judicial. Because I'm in no mood. I want to see what she thinks over judicial means. What does that mean? God. Did they dismiss the charges against him? All right, let me just look this up right quick. Candace, what do you mean over judicial? The case is remaining open. Candace, what is over judicial? How are you proven right? What does over judicial mean, you dumb kumquat? Candace is a whole watermelon. A watermelon fella. Candace. Oh, Lord. Criminal charges against Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate faces a complex web of criminal allegations across multiple jurisdictions, with the most serious stemming from Romania and the UK. Romania case is DIICOT investigation. Back on December 22, Romanian police arrested Andrew and Tristan Tate along with two women, leading to charges of human trafficking, R-word, forming an organized crime group, incitement to hatred, discrimination, money laundering, and illegal access to a computer system. Were they doxing people as well? Ugh. Prosecutors allege brothers used lover boy method to recruit women including minors to exploitation and online often through emotional blackmail in 2026, this year. This year. And you guys can see the reference they're drawing this from. This is a yahoo.com article. Because somehow for Candace, Wikipedia is only good when it comes to George's date of birth. Then that's when all the bots try to change up his birthday because he has 4 birthdays. Any other time, otherwise, she can't stay at Wikipedia. So, it's always good to get down to the direct source of where this information is being drawn from. So here's the article right here linked. In 2026, charges expanded. I'm still waiting on you to define over judicial, Candace. God, she's so stupid. She's so stupid. Candace is so stupid. What is over judicial? Oh, Candace, I dare you say that to the judge. Please go and use that word over judicial in court on July 27th. I dare you. I was proven right. It was over judicial. I looked objectively at that case and that case only. What did you do? No. Candace, that's not how you objectively look at things. Regarding, I'm not even gonna tell you my secrets, Candace. You got to keep watching. You dumb. You listening when I read my lawsuits. She's not gonna learn anything at this rate. Candace, what is over judicial? Oh, she's so dumb. She could have just looked this stuff up. You think she knew she was gonna go on Piers Morgan's show, right? She probably knew the questions he was going to ask. She could have written out some more thoughtful answers. No, she's winging it, allegedly, and sitting here talking about over judicial, and I knew this case wasn't going to pass. It's not a pass or fail. We're talking about criminal charges. Charges that you do not understand. Candace, most of these charges you don't understand. You have no idea what money laundering is, let alone anything related to RICO. This idiot sitting talking about his over judicial. Can you be under judicial? Oh, Candace, we're clowning your ass. I want you to know that. And in the cult members, they swear she's so smart. It's so over judicial. What is he talking about? It's still active. Stop telling Andrew Tate to sue Milk Bar TV. Candace, because I know you got something to do with that, you dumb demon. Tell Andrew Tate to leave Milk Bar alone. He's just reporting on the information he's seeing. I'm reading it right now. He gonna sue me for reading? Oh no. What the hell? What are these dumb clowns? He worried about trying to sue Milk Bar TV as opposed to trying to figure out explaining these charges that can land him in prison for many, many years to come. And yet he's traveling to Russia. Go figure. Charges expanded to, because, it was not over judicial. That's not even a word. Include inciting hatred and discrimination against women via social media and money laundering through 2 companies they allegedly used to disguise illicit funds from trafficking. Assets worth millions were seized, including luxury vehicles, watches, real estate, and crypto. Brothers denied all charges, with their legal team contesting social media content as free speech. He said he was a pimp. What are we talking about? Pimp, that's a real word. Over judicial is not, but a pimp is a real word. Oh my God. The UK case, UK prosecutors have brought 21 criminal charges against Tate, including all human trafficking, actual bodily harm, controlling prostitution for gain, linked to alleged victims from 2012 to 2015. And you guys can see that article, news break, right here, a rundown of the S-crime allegations against Andrew Tate. Andrew faces 10 charges tied to 3 alleged victims. Tristan faces 11 tied to 1. Goodness. In September 2025, the Crown Prosecution Service dropped one set of UK charges from 2013 to 2015 due to insufficient evidence, but Tate still faces 20 additional UK charges. So what was over judicial, Candace? Because reading is fundamental. So they dropped one set of charges. Do you understand what that means, Candace? One set of charges? I'll let you figure that out. But he still faces 20 additional UK charges. You understand what one set of charges is, Candace? That could be 1 charge, 2 counts. You have no idea what that is. And you refuse to read. This is how stupid Candace is. Reading is fundamental. She could have just looked this up like I did. Separate civil lawsuits in the UK allege physical abuse, coercive control, and threats. That's from Newsbreak. Other allegations and investigations. The New Yorker investigation in 2026 revisited claims involving a 15-year-old girl. I'm not even going to try to butcher that name. BH, I'll just say, who allegedly began a relationship with Tate in 2012, was later recruited into his webcam business. This is from Yahoo. Authorities in other countries, including the U.S., have also pursued investigations into his activities, according to Newsbreak. Current status. The Romanian case remains open. It's not closed, Candace. It's not passed. I was proven right. About what? You took one set of charges were dropped and said you were proven right, even though you're still using terms you can't define. Over judicial? God. It's too much judicial, y'all. It's too much. The judicial cup overfloweth. Oh my God, Candace, I'm gonna laugh at you from now to Kingdom Come. Oh, she's such an idiot, Lord. The Romanian case remains open because it's open. It's still open with ongoing asset seizures and expanded charges. Charges were expanded, Candace. What was passed again? What's passed? You mean case was passed? You don't say. What does that mean? UK case is also active, pending trial and extradition from Romania. Nothing has been closed. So once again, Candace lied like hell because she refuses to read. Because she's an idiot. Reading is fundamental. You would think the candy asses would just Google this and read. Just read. Read it. Somebody tell me over judicial. Candace, don't make me have to look that up. Oh, man. From Romania is contingent on resolving the Romanian process first. Newsbreak. Oh, God. Tate and his brother continue to deny all allegations and maintain their online influence despite legal pressure. Just because they're still online trying to make money and deny allegations does not mean that the case has passed or that anything was over judicial or that Candace Owens was proven right about anything. When her dumb ass refuses to just Google. Candace, you could have just Googled. There is nothing that says that anything was dismissed. If anything, it says the legal battle intensifies for Andrew Tate as Romanian prosecutors add severe money laundering and hate speech charges to his ongoing case. Ongoing case, because it's still ongoing. It's not over judicial. It's ongoing. Oh God. And she has had these clowns on her show in her house. Candace, you are a reckless mother. You are reckless. You are a horrible mother. You have taken those kids to a war zone. You have brought Andrew Tate into your home. And George Farmer has the audacity to still be his best friend right now. Let me tell you something. Why is it so hard for George Farmer to grow a spine and say, look, I'll pray for you and love you from afar, but you're not coming to my house. I have a daughter. They're not even protecting the one little girl they have in there. Why would you let Andrew Tate in your house? I wouldn't let this idiot near me and my kids at all, and I got 2 boys. Candace, you let this moron in your house? For what? You don't owe him that. He wants to come to the United States of America. No, George, he is to get a hotel. He's not coming in here. I will have him shot. I will stand my ground and have him shot. You understand me? For your protection and your daughter's protection. Forget you, Candace. You're a grown woman. For your daughter's protection. Why would you let Andrew Tate in your house? What is wrong with you? Candace is so stupid. Candace, you are a horrible parent. Hunter Biden came in. Lord, line them up. Hunter Biden, Andrew Tate. Then she did an interview with Andrew Weinstein. If he was a free man, she would have let him in her house. But this is reckless. Candace, you are reckless. You taking your kids to Russia talking about it's a vacation spot. They have fun. Look at all the things to do for the kids. Who you proving something to? Candace, it was nothing for them kids to do over there. They went on a little makeshift playground. That me on kick rocks. You let Andrew Tate in your house and you got a daughter. El stupido. Talking about something that's over judicial. What does that mean? What does that mean, Candace? Oh my God. Mind numbing, Candace, you are mind numbing. You understand me? We're gonna finish this out and then watch a couple in the videos, quick videos, so we can do a live on this Anthony Carmelo. So we'll finish this up, y'all. And then if you can, you want to see the Anthony Carmelo videos. I haven't seen them. So it'll be something new for me. And we can have a discussion on that. Then tune in. We'll get that going around 6:30. That sound good? JP6, how you doing, honey? How's it going? You doing all right? What's going on? Zoe up in here. I see you. Zoe, how you doing, honey? Now, Candace is using words she can't define. She's just making stuff up. Over judicial. Candace, this case is not over judicial. You're just stupid. And she let this boy in her house. Candace. Just because George want to be best friends with him does not mean you have to even, aid in that nonsense and buffoonery. For once in your life, think of your kids first before yourself. Because that is what being a mother is all about. You cannot put yourself before your kids. You put your interests before your kids to go to Russia where there's a whole war going on. When you could have let those kids heal with your parents. You could get some nannies and stuff to keep them while you was over there. Then you over there with Andrew Tate. He just showed up. So you letting this man around your kids? Candace, you are really stupid. They don't need to be anywhere near him. That's not necessary. She could have just looked this stuff up. Oh, it's passing over judicial. What the hell does that mean? Says the judge. Yeah, the judge would throw you out there. The judge would have told her to sit down. That's not a term, Mrs. Farmer. Sit down. Over judicial. Counselor, your client is stupid. Oh, dear Lord. Let's get back to facts, me, y'all. Well, she's sitting here talking about it be like over judicial, and I was proven correct. No, the hell you weren't. Cases are still open and active and pending. And this punk ass is trying to sue Milk Bar TV for reading. For reading. All he did was read the information. Now I'm going to sue you for reading it. The hell? Kick rocks, boy. I have no audio. Hold on. Refresh. Hold on 1 second. I saw someone say no audio. Lord have mercy, Candace. You can't make this up. Over judicial. And y'all see how she goes 1,000 miles a minute, right? 1,000 miles a minute. Don't know what the hell she talking about. Just going in and just running her mouth. 1,000 miles a minute. Hold on, let me reconnect it. There we go. Let's go back a little bit. She's sitting here talking about over judicial. Using words she don't understand. You can't make this up. Candace, you're an idiot. Oh, I was proven right. You know, it was passed. What?
Romanian case and their Romanian case only, and years before everybody else, years before it got sent back down, I said that there's nothing in this case. Like, I mean, this case is just not going to pass, and it seems to me to be like over judicial. And I was proven correct on that. You know, he's not welcome here. What does that mean? He's not been convicted of a crime. What do you mean he's not welcome here? He holds an American passport.
It doesn't matter. The fact that he was charged with this and they're still adding on charges mean they have evidence to meet that burden. And even if he has not been convicted, he's been charged. Candace, you criticize people for far less. You call for Erica Kirk to be questioned by the police. After saying off to jail, Erica Kirk, at least questioned, with no criminal charge cited. You have called for an American citizen to be jailed, and you can't say what she has done that was wrong or criminal in the eyes of the law, not yours, because we don't care what you see or think or feel. Erica Kirk hasn't been charged with anything, and you want her to go to jail. You dumb hypocrite. You can't make this up. You can't make this up, man. It's talking about some over judicial. What do you mean he can't come here? He doesn't need to be here. But you want him all in your house around your little girl. Cam, you kick rocks. You think he cares about the other people's daughters he messing with? Those girls are somebody's daughters. But see, when you're an evil, soulless demon from hell, y'all look at this freeze frame. Piers Morgan. Oh, look at that. His face says it all. He's like, oh, this stupid idiot. Why do I keep platforming her? And this demon coming out of her. Look at Piers Morgan, y'all. Like he about to fall asleep. It's like he's sitting here rethinking his life's decisions. And she's sitting up there snarling at him. Like, you can't make this up. Why does he keep platforming her? Stop doing it, man.
He's not been convicted of a crime. The correct position of strength to have on that.
She said it's over judicial and it will be passed. No, it's still active and pending and ongoing. You don't have the authority to tell anybody what position to take on something where you're not an attorney. And you're talking about severe criminal charges that would literally land him in prison for the rest of his life. Candace, you're stupid.
That would have been, I hate everything about this Andrew Tate character. I hate what he represents. I hate the culture that he's bringing, but he's an American citizen and he's going to be treated as such. Instead, they said, we'll find something. And then they began the fishing expedition, which I just stand against, whether it's Trump, whether it's Tate, whether it was you always maintained, is that Andrew Tate and his brother were actually a response to a misandrist culture, women that hated men. Before Andrew Tate, there was Lena Dunham. There was Lena Dunham saying terrible things about the patriarchy, about men ain't this. There were Beyonce albums. There were Taylor Swift albums. And people want to pretend that that's not relevant. Men were getting beat over the head over and over again for just being men, being told your tail needs to be between your legs.
That's not being a man when he claims to be a pimp. Candace, you don't have to be a man and a pimp at the same time. You do realize real men can just be men. They don't have to walk around here talking about their pimps to try to appease somebody on social media. Andrew Tate is a punk ass. He's not a man. But he is the one that professed to being a pimp, which is a crime. And he's proud of it. And he actually facilitated actions that were defined to be a pimp. Trafficking is a very serious charge. Candace. So if Andrew Tate comes to your house and he takes your kids, all four of them, and he traffics your kids out to some registered SO, you gonna sit back and say, oh, well, he's just being a man. You know, he's a man being a man. Is that what you're gonna say, Candace? Because that's exactly what we expect you to say. If Andrew Tate goes back to Candace's house and her 4 children come up missing, and then he traffics her 4 kids, all that Candace should be saying is, well, Andrew Tate's just being a man. And now, you know, he's living in an age where he should be proud to be a man. Because that's what men do. Men be doing manly things. Man. These are the manly things that men do. Traffic children. Because these girls were underage. They were children. Now, let your kids be trafficked, Candace, by Andrew Tate. Let's see how well you think about him then. She'll never care until it happens to her. So he go over there and he sneak out your kids in the middle of the night. Because you and George Farmer somehow are still best friends with him. And you let this idiot in your house and he traffics your children out. Then Candace, all we expect you to say is, yeah, no, he's just being a man. Because, you know, he shouldn't be afraid to be a man. This is what men do.
At all times. There's just something wrong with masculinity. There were all of these fruity terms, toxic masculinity. And finally, you get some guys that stand up and they say, you know what? No, the girls suck. The girls are actually this. The women are not anything.
Wow.
And suddenly the culture goes, I don't know where this is coming from. Well, it came from toxic femininity, actually, is what bred this. And that's exactly...
yeah, no. So he can just traffic your daughter, Candace, and then you should be good with that. And if you say anything, you're showing toxic femininity. We will throw your words right back in your face. Do you understand? God knows how to get your attention. I'm just telling you this, Candace. I don't want nothing to happen to your kids. But you are setting yourself up for God to get your attention. And however he needs to do that. I just hope and pray is not with anything involving your kids. But if Andrew Tate takes your kids up out that house and he traffics your kids out, don't go around being mad about it. Because remember now, you're being toxic. Just remember that. Keep that in mind.
Actually, one of the things that I'm bringing up in my book, which is publishing in a couple of months, Make Them a Sandwich. It gets into the history of exactly what we're speaking about. How did we arrive at this culture? Women produced it. So you can thank Lena Dunham's. If there's something that you don't like about what Andrew Tate says and why young men are following him, we've got to go backwards and take a look at the women who brought forth this modern feminist movement, which was really just about. I'm in the midst of unpacking the Harvey Weinstein trial, and it's pretty terrifying what they allowed in that courtroom. They just overturned it in New York, as they should have. And they just allowed a kangaroo court to take place, like absent any, and this is criminal. He's in prison, to be clear. And so that's
you
why
don't think he deserves to be in prison?
I don't know if you know that I've just done the series. And
I do.
Yeah.
I'm going to blame it on you, by the way. I was doing my homework and I got through 2 of your episodes, and then you wanted to come in early, so I did not watch the 3rd. But I did my homework and I watched 2 of them so far.
So it's interesting. So he got caught up, I would say swept up in the Me Too. That's what I mean talking about. We're now in this phase of social justice, and social justice is not real justice. And
oh, wow, Candace, keep that in mind when you're sitting here talking about the court of public opinion. You see how these words get used against you, heifer. Social justice. Yeah, okay. So what's that? Well, how's that any different than, court of public opinion? Court of public opinion means nothing. Because see, in the court of law, what they had was evidence to prove him guilty by way of a jury deliberating. I know I'm using hard terms that you can't spell or define. And they found him guilty. And then he was sentenced to prison. He's still there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is he not still in prison? Andrew Weinstein is still in prison, right? I don't recall him like dying or anything. Andrew Weinstein still in jail? Because Candace, you don't read shit. Is he still there? Yep. Harvey Weinstein. Is it Andrew? Is it Harvey or Andrew? Which one is it? I'm saying Andrew. It's probably Harvey. Is it Harvey Weinstein? God. Harvey Weinstein's current prison status. Harvey Weinstein remains incarcerated in the United States, serving multiple sentences from separate convictions. Why do I keep calling him Andrew? His name is Harvey Weinstein. My bad. That goes to show I don't care about him. He won an appeal. Let me see. Weinstein is appealing both the New York retrial outcome and California conviction. No release date is currently set, and his California sentence will continue to govern his incarceration until further developments. So when did he win his appeal? You say you think he won his appeal? Did he actually win his appeal? Or is it still pending? It's saying here as of today, he's still in jail. I'm trying to see. It says he's appealing it. Okay, y'all, if he won it, let me know so I can go find that information. Yeah, God. Yeah, let me know. Because it's saying here that he's appealing. That's all. But I just want to be accurate in this. But yeah, appeal just means you get... See, here's the thing with an appellate court for a criminal matter. You're telling the court that there was some legal error that occurred. And the appeal can be denied. Or it can be granted. So if you are granted an appeal, then they'll specify what specifically has been granted. You can have a retrial. You can appeal certain parts of the case, but not the whole case in its entirety. Maybe there was some evidence that should have been presented that may have predicted or changed the outcome of the case altogether. Like if this evidence was admitted, Your Honor, then the ruling more than likely would be a different outcome because the evidence was material to the case. Does that make sense? Or there was some court rule overlooked, or you had some biased jury on, in the jury, some biased juror in the jury. Can't talk. You have to prove there was some legal error that occurred or technical error that occurred with the matter. So I don't have Discord. Not California. I just Google. Sorry, Megan. I don't have Discord, honey. Not to get confused with appeal. God. Is it a criminal crime? Yeah, it is under judicial. I think he won his appeal in New York. So he has an appeal in New York and one in California. Let me see. The one in California determines whether or not he gets out of incarceration. It says in summary, Harvey Weinstein is serving a 16-year California prison term and remains in custody pending the outcome of his New York retrial and appeals. But the California sentence will continue to govern his incarceration until further legal developments. So even if he wins the appeal in New York, the California conviction is still going to stand. Because California can't, in New York, they can't tell California, well, I need to let him out because he won his appeal over here. Well, no, he needs to win his appeal over here. Does it make sense? So this is something else. And she's sitting here advocating for people like this. Right now, he in jail for 16 years. I gotta go, okay, thank you, eclectic journalist. Yeah, we have to come back and collab next month. All right? Let me know your availabilities. Good to see you. Have a good one. But this is so crazy. It's like, thank you so much, Juju. You guys make sure you go check out the eclectic journalist and show up some love and support over there. So Harvey Weinstein, he's sitting here in jail for 16 years, and she's talking about, he should be let out. It's all about toxic femininity. What you mean? Once again, Candace, if an Andrew Tate takes your daughter and traffics her, are you going to blame it on toxic femininity? Are you going to see it talking about, well, you weren't supposed to do that to me? Not my daughter. You're supposed to do this to other people's daughters, not mine. Candace, you're a demon. Can't make this up. All right, let's get back to this and finish it up, y'all.
I thought he was guilty of sin because, how could you not? There were so many women speaking at the same time, and that allows us to allow a trial by the media and not a trial by the facts. And that's why you have to say, what are the actual facts here in the case?
But she wants a trial by media when it comes to Brian Harper's lawsuit and the Macron lawsuit against her. Nope. Those are going to happen in the court of law where it belongs. This is the same moron that does not want to go to court and has rescheduled a hearing on her motion 3 times. Keep that in mind.
When I got into them, because somebody said, could you look at this? Because I think you're the only person who will actually look at the facts here and report on what's actually in the case. And I was like, sure. I got on the phone with Harvey Weinstein. I've now been talking to him for about 2 years. And I thought he was guilty. Got the facts. And I was like, this is the craziest thing. And I tweeted, Harvey Weinstein was wrongfully convicted. Everyone thought I was insane. Appellate court disagreed with me, said I can't even believe that this was allowed to take place in the courtroom. Like, what happened here? And they overturned, and now the case is being sent down beginning because they decided, which is true, in the wake of Me Too, that the definition of kind of could change. And the judge basically instructed them that this was a new time and you could, in theory, revoke consent. Very scary. That's a very scary thing.
But you don't think somebody
Are we going to get dinged, by the way, for using that word?
He'll be, but he'll be.
Okay.
Do you not, as a woman, do you not think that you can revoke consent of whatever it is you're doing?
When you say revoke consent, as in you did the deed and then the next day you go, actually, I didn't want to do it. And so
no, what about
that's what they mean, just so you know. Revoking consent as in like you decided like that actually maybe you wouldn't have done it, or your understanding of it is different because that person's more powerful than you. So like, yes, I did it, but, and this is what the judge, who the mayor's office of asked him to, what is the correct terminology? Not to rescind himself, but to recuse himself. Thank you. They asked him to recuse himself because they saw that he was biased. There was something very wrong with this judge. What he allowed in the courtroom was crazy. And he had a personal bone to pick with Harvey Weinstein. And he allowed things that were insane. He allowed people to come in and testify. Like, he got into a fight with his brother once, Bob Weinstein, and that proves he's violent. It's like, what is he doing? What is he doing? It was basically just a character assassination of how he behaved in business because they didn't feel like they had enough on the actual case because of these women. What's funny is if you look at the comments under my Harvey Weinstein series, the real live victims were very angry, not at me. Like going, I would never email, like this happened to me. Like they were sharing their stories in the comments and were like, I couldn't even look at this person. Like I couldn't even, the idea of like for 5 years going to dinner with this person or having a relationship with them, bringing my mom to meet them. They were very angry. So again, this isn't pertaining to the Russell case, but I think it's why we do have.
No, but see, she's saying talking about New York, but she's not thinking about the one in California. Where they sentenced him to 16 years. Candace, I want you to keep this energy up. If Andrew Tate traffics your daughter, you understand? If he traffics your daughter, if he gets his hands on your daughter and he traffics your daughter to Romania, Remember that toxic femininity BS you spitting out right now?
Interject. I always view myself as like defending real victims when I see someone who's just tossing around terms trying to gain power over people. Amber Heard broke the Me Too donkey. You know, that public trial changed. Everyone was on board with Just Believe Women, I think, until the Amber Heard trial, because I was very anti, like, because I was looking at things and I'm like, what's going on here with this trial before it was public? And I felt there was like, we weren't getting all the facts. And then she wrote that piece and it became defamation. And then the public got to see what happened. And I think people were slower to just hashtag believe women, maybe.
I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30.
I do believe Russell saying that he never raped anyone.
He forced his penis down my throat. He's grabbing at my underwear, pulling it to the side. I'm telling him to get off me. He won't get off. Like holding me up against the wall, pushing himself in me. He grabbed me and got me on the bed. I was fully clothed and he was naked at this point, and he held me down and he was just aggressively trying to, you know, me. I was like, oh my God, he raped me. He forced his penis down my throat and couldn't breathe, was just choking me. I was crying and he said, oh, I only want to see your mascara run anyway.
Wow.
Admitting that he abused a child. Yes, a boy child. A 16-year-old boy. I will always love Ye. I will always defend him.
Harvey Weinstein was wrongfully convicted. I believe Harvey Weinstein was wrongly convicted.
Wow.
You're not required to be a fan of Andrew and Tristan, but you really are the worst kind of coward if you wish to see men prosecuted for crimes they didn't commit. My take on this is that I do not believe that Andrew Tate is a rapist. I believe that Andrew Tate was always upfront with all of these women.
I don't mention webcam. Andrew is a great guy. He really is, and he's a wonderful guy in many ways. I use this as a tool to make women love me so they obey me and live in my house and make me money. That's what.
Candace, remember that if he says that about your daughter. Because your daughter could be one of Andrew Tate's victims, Candace. Your daughter can be one of Andrew Tate's victims. So don't forget about that toxic, you know, femininity nonsense and BS you spitting out. When it's your daughter as a victim, Candace, may you see your daughter's face in all these victims. Toxic femininity. For someone who's being sued and dodging court. Go figure. Using words like over judicial. And the case didn't pass. Okay.
I wanted. So I was a pimp in that sense.
I said, what? And she's like, no, I think he's like actually a pimp in Romania.
By taking girls who didn't know how to do effective on webcam, girls who had never done webcam before, girls who didn't have the equipment, didn't have the know-how, didn't have the will, didn't have the premises, didn't have the ability to make money with this exchange. Off camera, I think he'll be the first person to admit that. Like he's a flawed human being. I created a system that allowed me to convince girls to do this. Allowed me to retain 100% control of their income. I know how to make sure the girl can't run away. I know Andrew pretty well. You said it looks like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom. Yeah. To some people, that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest. You know, like, that's exactly what you expect. I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You're married at 16.
All right, in Romania, 16, sorry. And I only get away with that because the girl at 6 years plays along. So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
He's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Vivian's younger. Melissa's like 28, Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been a girlfriend for 6 years. It means that they met when she was 15 years old.
Vivian's younger. That's away from me. No, I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
I was contacted by Andrew Tate, the older of the Tate brothers, 3 years ago when I was just 16.
So I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give off. Know about me. All right, you guys just checked out those videos. Many of you have seen those already. Some of you have not. I know the one that starts out with Pierce Morgan I just created this morning. So nobody has seen that one until right now. But the second one, the one with Russell Brand and kind of goes deeper into the Tate stuff, that's been available here on my channel. These videos are all standalone video, guys. If you need them, they are here on my channel if you want to share them. But as you can see, just who all's been tied to Jeffrey Epstein and, of course, Steve Bannon. We keep going back to that name, Steve Bannon. You know, he was Jeffrey Epstein's homeboy. And when Jeffrey Epstein's homeboy lifts up Candace Owens, and I mean, paves the way for her, gets her in with all the MAGA people, all that stuff, you've got to wonder. He's even defended her. In fact, let's watch this quick clip of Ben Shapiro. It's one of my favorites of all time. And because of this clip, Steve Bannon defends Candace by referring to Ben Shapiro as cancer. So the man who is openly tied to Jeffrey Epstein, even after he was convicted, who is openly tied to Candace Owens, is attacking Ben Shapiro for attacking Candace. Check all this out.
So when Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know,
That is retarded, and we are all more retarded for having heard it. When Steve Bannon, for example, accuses his foreign policy opponents of loyalty to a foreign country, he's not actually making an argument based in evidence. He's simply maligning people that he disagrees with, which is indeed par for the course from a man who was once a PR flack for Jeffrey Epstein.
But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. All right, my friends. Now, again, we're coming back to Rebecca Mercer, just so you can see these dots. You know, there she is with her husband. Him and her are the ones that financed Parler for George Farmer. They're the ones that sat on the board, well, she did, with Candace on Blexit. They're the ones, as you can see in this picture, with Steve Bannon. They financed him in all of his projects, knowing full and well he was openly tied to Jeffrey Epstein. So we're getting some dots, right? Old George Farmer and his Parler. So then we move on to a name I alluded to earlier, but we haven't really jumped in on yet. And that is the name Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner also has ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And the most disturbing part is you can't hide it. Okay, he was holding an event. And this is after Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted. He sends an email.
So we're going to pause it there. That way we can do a live stream on this Carmelo Anthony body cam and all of that. Y'all, this has been something else. Y'all. Great marathon. Lots of great content we were able to get in. And shout out to Milk Bar and Fax Me and the Eclectic Journalists and Mira K and Natalie Beisner. Shout out to all the fantastic content creators, Joshua Carr, that we were able to check out and get in today. Hope you guys enjoyed this. This has been something else. Boy, you learn a lot, man. You sit here and you're just able to kind of watch some of this content and get it in and see the background research. Last night we did our watch party with Ryan Morrow. And yes, we are in talks of trying to get him in the LLC. That would be absolutely fantastic. And so hopefully we can have him in and ask him questions and kind of gauge his research and some of the information, whatever he could share with us, to come in and share with us, you know, his thoughts overall on Candace and her ties with Russia. Is she ever going to just go there and never come back? Because, you know, honestly, that's what we all want. All right, go to Russia, Candace. Bye. You let Andrew Tate get near your daughter. That's on you. Can't make this up. So before we go out, I want to make sure I get in the last of the supers here. Thank you so much, Juju, for gifting LLC memberships. Looks like 2. I appreciate it. If you guys receive the membership, make sure you show some love to Juju, please. And thank him for those memberships. I appreciate it so much. And thank you for your support. We got the March On $10 super. I think I read this one. I want to make sure I give you a shout out. Make sure you guys go check out Fax Me. Shout out to Juju for another LLC membership gifted. I appreciate your support. Thank you. Shout out to the mods, y'all. That's awesome. And then make sure you guys go and support Eclectic Journalists, as well as Joshua Carr and Milk Bar and Natalie, and Mira K, all the content creators we covered today. Oh, we have a $20 super from March On again. That's Sudan Ligia. Fantastic. A person that lies and worse yet believes her own lies. She stole credibility from others, and she's now a part of the SSPX schismatic part of my Catholic faith. Is so obvious to me. Yeah. Candace lying on Kanye West about a logo. It just goes to show this girl is bold enough to lie about anything else. That's a bold lie to tell. I mean, a dumb one, but it's a bold lie. What made her think he would be okay with that? As if he owes her something. What made Candace believe that Kanye West would be cool about her lying on the idea of him giving her a logo. Something so rudimentary. She doesn't even know how to keep things flowing without her lying and jacking it up. And you making up legal terms to try to say you're objective. Candace, you don't have an objective bone in your body. You can make this up. So thank you so much for that $20 super. And I agree. That nonsense she makes up, it's like she's in an alternate reality. She doesn't care. And another $20 super from March on. Thank you. Mother Russia's Orthodox Church does not recognize the Pope and allows their priests to marry. The Catholic Church recognized Jerusalem as a state during Vatican II. SSPX and Russia's church are anti-Semitic. I love all people. Look at that. There's some information for you right there. Thank you so much for the $20 super as well. Yeah, I saw a couple other comments from one of you all saying that the buildings are just more of a political image of some sort to give the visage that, they're Catholic and they're not. Thank you so much for the $5 super bar chart. I'm really struggling to love and pray for that. Elena Escarosa Candacina Cabrona. Oh, Lord. Just tell her to kick rocks like I do. At the very least, laugh at her. Thank you for the $5 super bar chart. User 225 became a member for a month, renewed that membership. And I'll see what this Candace's shake and stick look like. Please answer accurately. Thank you. Candace the alien is a Shango stick. You can't make this up. User 225. I will see you in Umar's live tonight. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys hit that like button and make sure you hype up the video. Yes, this has been a long one, but this is what happens with the marathons. We go pretty long. Candace, I dare you let Andrew Tate traffic your daughter. Yeah, and then blame it on toxic femininity. You got to be the dumbest woman on earth, Candace. And this is after she took her kids to a war zone. Can't make this up. Y'all hit that like button. I appreciate you all. Join me in the next live if you can as we go over the Carmelo Anthony body cam footage. But if not, I will see you all in the next one tomorrow. We're going to be back at it again. Candace, we're just going to keep doing this. And it's how it's going to be. All right? And I will see you all in the next one. Until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.